It's Friday. My coffee's ready.
To the Democratic primaries, we've heard a lot of big promises about the fabulous bills candidates will sign when they're elected.
The best way to go forward, in my view, is through a Medicare for all single-payer program.
I have a proposal to build about 3 million new housing units.
My big idea is a freedom dividend of $1,000 a month for every American adult starting at age 18.
My big idea is baby bonds.
We need to have our transportation system run on electricity. I'm going to make sure that happens.
No, Jay Inslee, you're not going to make that happen. Primarily because you dropped out of the race 2 weeks ago, possibly because your whole campaign tactic of drive-by scooter shouting was at best a little ahead of its time. The problem is, as appealing as many of those ideas sound, none are likely to happen, even if a Democrat wins, because they have to go through the Senate. And you know the Senate is the country's second most influential body after Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's. Ladies and gentlemen, that man is 5 years older than me. And I know, whatever you're thinking now, I know. And look, the modern Senate is a giant non-functioning roadblock, as any senator on their way out will tell you.
The Senate, as an institution, is in crisis.
The people's business is not getting done.
We're getting nothing done, my friends. We're getting nothing done.
The United States Senate is no longer the world's greatest deliberative body. And everybody needs to quit saying it.
Exactly. Senators regularly do the thing that most people can only dream of, leave their jobs while telling off everyone they worked with. This is no longer the town's greatest jumper juice, and everyone needs to quit saying it. You're making bad juice, my friends. You're making bad juice. The truth is, the Senate doesn't pass many major laws these days. You could argue the last major social program passed into law was Obamacare a decade ago. And that low level of production is largely thanks to one incredibly annoying legislative tool. Not actually this tool, although he is certainly at fault. I'm referring to the filibuster. So that is what we're actually going to look at tonight. Or if you're watching this on YouTube, this morning. Or if you reach for the remote the moment I've said the word filibuster, goodbye, I completely understand. A filibuster is any tactic aimed at blocking a measure by preventing it from coming to a vote. Fun side note, the word filibuster is derived from the Dutch word for freebooter, which basically means pirate. And I didn't even know there were Dutch pirates, but I'd absolutely watch a movie about them. Avash Minesh, batten down your hands. And remember, dead men dare not touch. If you are at all aware of the filibuster, you probably know it as that thing where a senator stands and talks endlessly. It's often been presented in TV and movies as a heroic act, like when Jimmy Stewart talked himself to exhaustion in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
I'm gonna stay right here and fight for this lost cause, even if the town gets filled with lies like these. And the Taylors and all their armies come marching into this place. Somebody will listen to me.
He was a bad actor. They were all pretty bad back then, but he was especially bad. The thing is, that movie made the filibuster seem like a good idea. Just like how The Wizard of Oz made going on a trip with a furry, a vagrant, and an axe-wielding robot seem like a good idea. But in real life, it's only a good idea if you know them. But the modern filibuster is nothing like the Jimmy Stewart version. It's become an overused tool of obstruction. And in practical terms, it essentially means that a simple majority of 51 votes isn't nearly enough to pass legislation. If you don't get 60 votes for a bill, it's dead. Which means, theoretically, senators from the 21 least populated states, representing just 11% of Americans, could overrule everyone else, which seems pretty extreme. So, to quote everyone who's ever sat in a bathroom stall with a 3-inch gap in the door, why on earth was it designed this way? Well, people often claim that it goes back to the founding of the country. It's an argument that runs like this.
You may wonder why the Senate has this 60-vote rule when it's a straight majority rule in the House. Well, the answer is that the founders meant it that way. The Senate was designed to be the cooling saucer where the two parties were forced to work together, and hence that 60-vote threshold.
Okay, so there's a few things to know about that. The first thing is that it is not true. There is nothing about a 60-vote threshold for legislation in the Constitution, nothing about it in the Federalist Papers, nothing in Jefferson's private letters, and nothing skillfully wrapped by Alexander Hamilton to the delight of everyone within earshot. In fact, some historians say the filibuster was created by mistake, and even then, the first one didn't take place until 1837, so it was categorically not part of the founders' original vision. It's like claiming the day Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, he also sent the first dick pic. No, he didn't. That development came much later, 2 weeks later. But she is actually right about that whole cooling saucer idea. That's a story that comes up constantly, and it goes like this.
The Senate was created to be a cooling saucer to the hot legislation that comes from the House.
It is the cooling saucer. We all know the story. The old metaphor George Washington used was the House is the cup of coffee when coffee's very hot. The Senate is the saucer that you pour the coffee into so it can cool the passions of the House.
First, never say cool like that ever again, ever. But setting aside the argument that the Senate should be more deliberative than the House, you might be wondering, why on earth would someone pour coffee into a saucer? Well, in the 18th century, people apparently did exactly that. They would pour coffee out of their cup into a saucer to let it cool, and then drink it directly from that, which is clearly ridiculous, and it's honestly something I wish I'd never learned, because Thomas Jefferson seems like a towering historical figure until you imagine him sipping out of a saucer like a fucking cat. But it is true that the founders wanted the Senate to be a counterweight to the House. They achieved that, though, by having fewer members who served longer terms, 6 years, not 2, and until 1913, not having them directly elected by the people. So, if keeping the filibuster is not following the founders' wishes, why do we still have it? Well, some argue that it preserves the Senate's ability to be a bastion of debate, as this senator explained in 1952.
The Senate of the United States is the last open forum in the world where the rights of all minorities can be fully and freely and completely debated. And while I would never and have never taken part in a filibuster, neither would I take part in an effort which would which would result in depriving any minority group in this country from having their cause fully discussed and fully debated on the floor of the United States Senate.
First, the Senate's reputation as a haven of gentlemanly debate is at best overblown. In the 1800s, senators pulled pistols on each other, and at one point, a congressman used a metal-topped cane to beat Senator Charles Sumner nearly to death. So, feeling nostalgic for the golden age of the Senate is like feeling nostalgic for 90s indie films, then actually watching Chasing Amy. Because set aside the notion that any lesbian can be magically turned straight if the right guy comes along, what's extra offensive in hindsight is the idea that that guy would be Ben Affleck. But that guy also touched on another major argument for the filibuster there, that it protects minority rights. Well, it is worth noting that the minority whose rights have historically been protected by the filibuster are the political minority who've often used it to restrict the rights of racial minorities. The Senate's own website calls the filibuster particularly useful to Southern senators who sought to block civil rights legislation, and it was used most notably by Senator Strom Thurmond. Just watch him announce his plans to try and kill the Civil Rights Act of 1964 by subjecting it to endless debate.
It will be the aim of our small band of Southern senators to make certain that every facet of this legislation is discussed, considered, and expanded at great length, even indefinitely, if necessary.
Exactly. He just gave the game away there. He wanted to debate it indefinitely. His goal wasn't to consider every aspect of the bill. His goal was to kill it. He's like a 5-year-old saying, I shall pull the legs off this bug so that every facet of it may be discussed and considered at great length. No, that little psycho just wants to watch a bug die. And Thurmond knew just how obstructive a filibuster could be. In 1957, he stalled another civil rights bill by speaking for a still record 24 hours and 18 minutes straight, while, according to some accounts, he had his aide wait in the cloakroom with a pail so he could relieve himself while still keeping a foot on the Senate floor. And it's almost impressive to take a morally disgusting act and somehow make it physically disgusting too. It's like if Hitler had delivered all his speeches while publicly clipping his toenails. Now, modern filibusters actually no longer contain the David Blaine-esque feat of endurance elements, and that is because in the 70s, in the interests of efficiency, senators agreed to no longer require talking filibusters, in the style of Mr. Smith goes to Washington or Mr. Thurmond goes to the bathroom in a bucket. Instead, now, if you just signal your intent to filibuster and have 41 votes on your side, a bill is doomed. Which is not to say that senators don't still sometimes choose to stand and talk for hours. It's just that when they do, it's often a publicity stunt or a protest, like when Chris Murphy spoke for 15 hours to draw attention to gun control, or Rand Paul filibustered Obama's nominee for CIA director for 13 hours, pausing only to eat fun-sized candy with spectacular incompetence.
Which had previously brought a challenge in federal court to the legality of the authorization to target al-Awlaki in Yemen, released the following statement.
How on earth are you eating something so small that badly? I mean, it didn't even present the challenge of a regular candy bar. We've all gotten into the quagmire of a normal-sized Milky Way and not been able to get out until everything we know and love is covered in caramel. We've all been there. But that was fun size. It should have been easy. Although I will say this, at least Rand Paul stayed on topic, unlike when Ted Cruz filibustered against Obamacare. And when you watch this, remember, the stated argument for this tactic is it is supposed to be a vital means of facilitating a full and robust debate.
I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. Would you like them in a house? Would you like them with a mouse? I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere.
I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like his far-right views. I do not like his stupid chin. I do not like his smarmy grin. I do not like him with a beard. I do not like him freshly shaved. I do not like Ted Cruz at all. That man, Ted Cruz, can suck my balls. But again,
Thank you for downloading this episode of In Our Time. For more details about In Our Time and for our terms of use, please go to bbc.co.uk/radio4. Hope you enjoy the program. I know, in 1945, an Egyptian farmer walked out into the mountains near his home looking for fertilizer. Instead, he found a buried earthenware jar containing a dozen manuscripts bound in leather. Having no idea what they were, he used some of them as fuel. But eventually, the others found their way into the hands of an expert who identified them as one of the most important archaeological finds of the century, a cache of religious texts dating from the 3rd or 4th century AD. These documents, known today as the Nag Hammadi Library, comprise the most extensive collection of texts related to Gnosticism, a belief which was at its height in the 2nd century AD. The Gnostics believed that the physical world was evil, and that inner knowledge would allow them to escape to the true spiritual world. Gnosticism was an important religious movement for at least 2 centuries, and some scholars believe that early Christian theology was profoundly influenced, even defined, by Gnostic thought. With me to discuss Gnosticism are Martin Palmer, Director of the International Consultancy on Religion, Education and Culture, Caroline Humphreys, Reader in History, Birkbeck College, University of London, and Alistair Logan, Honorary University Fellow of the Department of Theology and Religion at the University of Exeter. Martin Palmer, who were the Gnostics and what were their central beliefs?
Well, between the 5th
So
and 4th centuries,
the Gnostics are no longer real. What about Rosicrucian? Am I saying it right? What is Rosicrucian? Let's do that.
This is Webflow. Meet the design tool from the future. The most powerful visual coding tool, coupled with the most intuitive visual CMS that supports any custom content structure. Build complex, rich animations without writing a line of code, all while generating clean, semantic HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Or publish directly to the web with one click. Design and develop at the same
Good.
time
They have everything.
with Webflow.
So this goes, it'll do Buddhism, Sikhism, pantheons. It's a lot.
Have you ever stood in a crowded room
I didn't get
just
the
felt smoky
Vedas.
for hours, or
The red
I don't know, just stared in a mirror,
Veda.
trying to recognize any part of the person staring back at you? It's like from the moment we're born, we're just taught exactly who we're supposed to be, how to love, how to hate, how to fit in, and I'm realizing there was no choice. I've made no choices in my life. I've just been going along with it. And the sad part is that I've been living in this mode for so long that I don't know who I actually am, or what I want, or what makes me happy, or what I want to do with my life. I mean, what am I doing here?
Demon systems.
Just kidding.
Demon systems. What you trying to say?
Hinduism, the religion of over 1 billion people,
Oh,
is the world's oldest religion and probably the most confusing one to non-Hindus.
the demon system
Some say it
controlled
isn't
3
even a religion,
worlds,
more a
and
way
all
of
the
life.
demons from these
Hindus
3
themselves call it
worlds
the Sanatana Dharma,
were its
the eternal
system
tradition.
hosts.
So, what is Hinduism? Does YOLO apply to them? And who is this elephant guy? Well, let's find out. Hinduism is the world's oldest active religion. It's the result of the merging of the ancient Indus Valley civilization and the nomads that came into India around 1500 BC. Some scholars say it could even go back many more thousands of years. But we won't delve too deep into dates, because dates in Hinduism are very, very controversial. But one thing is certain: Hinduism is old. like at least 36 Betty Whites. Hinduism has been around for so long that it and the concept of India itself are inseparable. Hindu and India even come from the same word. Sanskrit was the ancient language of the Hindus, and the Sanskrit name for the Indus River is Sindhu. The ancient Persians who sat across the Indus tended to switch their S's to H's, so Sindhu became Hindu. So the people living across the river became Hindus. The Persians told the Greeks, who dropped that very not Greek-like H, stuck in a very Greek-like E to the end, and boom, India. Hinduism has a long, long history. But today we'll be focusing on just the core beliefs of Hindus because I don't have the willpower to animate a 3-hour-long video. Hindus are a diverse group. Some are strict, dedicating their lives to prayer, while others don't believe in any gods but still follow Hindu philosophy. To make things easier to understand, let's break Hinduism down into 7 core beliefs. So, here's my rap about the 7 Hindu beliefs.
You promised you weren't gonna do the rap. Come on, you're better than this, man.
Fine, here's the regular version then. 1. Belief in one universal soul. Hindus believe in a universal soul known as Brahman, a formless, genderless source of all reality. Brahman is the universe and the material that makes up the universe. It's a trippy concept, but think of Brahman as an ocean and everything else as drops propelling out of that ocean. Separate for a time, but still the same thing, if that makes sense. 2. Belief in an immortal individual soul. In Hinduism, souls are known as Atman. Actions of the soul while in a body have effects on that soul's next life. When you die, your soul moves to another new body. This is called transmigration. The kind of body the soul inhabits next is determined by karma. 3. Belief in karma. Karma is action, usually good or bad actions that affect society. For Hindus, karmic actions in the past affect us today, and our actions today affect our soul's future. 4. Belief in moksha. The goal in Hindu life is to somehow get back to Brahman. If a Hindu can do this, they will be freed from the cycle of life and death. This is called moksha. You can achieve moksha by realizing your oneness with Brahman. How you realize this is up to you. For this reason, Hindus pray, lead me from the unreal to the real. 5. Belief in the Vedas. The Vedas are Hindu sacred books of knowledge. There are 4 Vedas. Hindus believe that all 4 were divinely revealed to ancient Hindu sages. We'll take a closer look at the Vedas in a while. 6. Belief in cyclical time. For Hindus, there are no beginnings or endings. Time is a series of cycles, each cycle containing 4 ages or yugas. There's the Krita, the Treta, the Dwapara, and the Kali. Added together, the 4 yugas total about 4.32 million years. At the end of each cycle, declining human morality leads to the total destruction of reality. Hindus believe that we are in the 4th and final yug, Kali. 7. Belief in Dharma. Dharma is a difficult word to translate to English. Proper behavior is the best that I could come up with. Dharma maintains balance in the universe. As long as everything in the universe, like animals, plants, and humans, follow their Dharma, everything will be fine. If they break from the Dharma, though, things will be super not fine. Each being has its own Dharma. A lion's Dharma is to kill and eat antelope. A king's Dharma is to rule well. A subscriber's Dharma is to smash the like button and ring the notification bell. For humans, their specific Dharma is usually based on their age and their caste. An old priest will have a very different Dharma than a young merchant, for example. So those are the 7 core beliefs of Hinduism. With them, you can understand the Hindu mindset. Unlike Christianity or Islam, Hinduism is a non-profit organization. There is no Jesus or Muhammad for Hindus. There is no Bible, Quran, or Torah. Instead, they have a bunch, and I mean a bunch, of different sacred texts. The 4 Vedas form the basis of the Hindu faith. So let's take a look at them. 1. The Rig Veda. The Rig Veda is a collection of songs that praise and discuss ideas like truth, reality, and the universe, along with discussions on war, weddings, and rituals. 2. The Yajur Veda. The Yajur Veda covers stuff such as sacrificial rites and rituals. 3. The Sama Veda. Sama literally means sweet song that destroys sorrow. It is mostly songs dedicated to praising gods. It's different than the rest of the Vedas because it's set to music. 4. The Atharva Veda. The Atharva Veda is my favorite one. Do you want to curse your enemies? Or charm that special someone? Maybe learn to invoke rain? Or discover herbal medicine along with tips on warfare? Like how to make poison arrows? Well, this Veda has you covered, along with a bunch of other charms and curses. It even has a curse against cursers. Avoid us, O curse, as a burning fire avoids a lake. Strike him here that curses us, as the lightning of heaven the tree. A link to the Atharva Veda is in the description, just in case you need a spell to get a wife or another to banish pigeons from your presence. It's great.
Well, the stuff is bubbling in the pot. Just a wait till they taste what we got.
With the big fresh carrots and the hot lot of cheese.
And the mirror from your bed is halfway down the street. Say that way. What?
Well, I said someone just put the side of your mirror after the delivery man.
When owning a small business gets real, Progressive gets you right back to living the dream.
Now, where were we?
Why, you were fixing to feel me.
Meet Bamboo HR Time Tracking Marker.
Hey there, I'm Bamboo HR Time Track.
No, you just relax, but thanks though.
Okay, well, if you need anything, I'm here. I got time. People tend to worry about work. They got a lot on their minds. I respect that. It usually means they're getting stuff done. So my role is to make sure they don't have to worry about clocking in or out or keeping track of what they worked on when. I track your time so you can make the most of it. And now my time is up, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's great. After the Vedas come the Upanishads, which are like a sequel that makes the original make much more sense. They were probably written down between 800 BC and 500 BC, during a time when some Hindus started to question the Vedas. Their ideas became the Upanishads. The Upanishads are books on philosophy, like we would expect from Plato or Aristotle. They're all about questioning, doubt, debate, and finding the answers to life's difficult questions. A theme in the Upanishads is that people are not their minds, or bodies, or egos, but their Atman. Your soul is you. Everything else is unreal and temporary. After the holy texts like the Vedas and the Upanishads are other less divine but still important texts. These include stuff like the Puranas, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. The Puranas are like encyclopedias of Hindu beliefs. There are 18 well-known Puranas. The Puranas cover things from yoga, to army organization, to taxation, to the caste system, to hell, gods, and everything in between. The Bhagavad Gita, Gita for short, is one of Hinduism's most important texts. The Gita takes place on a battlefield where Arjuna, a great warrior, refuses to fight. Lord Krishna steps in to urge Arjuna to fight, and their discussion covers things such as dharma and how to live your best life. Arjuna eventually fought after Lord Krishna taught him the truth about dharma. As a member of the warrior caste, Arjuna's dharma was to fight against evil. The lesson of the Gita is that everyone faces difficult choices, but they must act on them according to their dharma, no matter how unpleasant. Along with all these philosophical texts, Hinduism has two action-packed epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. The Ramayana, the earlier of the two texts, tells the story of Prince Rama. In the epic, you find out about his 14-year-long exile, the abduction of his wife Sita, his battle with the evil demon Ravana, and his awesome monkey sidekick Hanuman. The second epic, the Mahabharata, is the longest poem in the world, 5 times the length of the Bible and 8 times the length of the Iliad and Odyssey combined. It rivals any soap opera you've ever seen when it comes to drama. Murder, betrayal, love, murder, and giant battles. The Mahabharata has it all. The theme running through the Ramayana and the Mahabharata is that dharma must be followed for society to function. In Hinduism, there are 4 goals a person should aim for to have a good life. The first of these is dharma, followed by artha, the pursuit of prosperity and good reputation, kama, pleasure both in body and in mind, and moksha, the release from the cycles of rebirth. Hindus should practice artha and kama with dharma in order to achieve moksha. There are also 6 temptations Hindus should try and avoid. Kama, lust and materialism. This kama is different from the good kama mentioned above. I know. Next is kruda, which is anger. Lobha, which is greed. Moha, which is unrealistic attachment to things, people, and power. Mala, which is pride. And matsarya, which is jealousy. By following their dharma and avoiding these 6 temptations, a Hindu can break the cycle of rebirth and have their soul merge back into Brahman. But even though everything comes from Brahman, who is the one real thing in Hinduism, Hindus do, after all, have thousands of gods. So let's take a look at them. First, there's Brahma, the creator. He created everything in the universe, but he is not the universe itself, because that's Brahman. They aren't the same thing. That last letter changes a lot, apparently. He has 4 heads. The heads face each of the 4 directions to represent the 4 Vedas, which he created, and the 4 yugas. He also holds a book, which represents knowledge. Oh, and he rides a giant swan because he's just fancy. His consort is Saraswati, the goddess of learning. Vishnu, the preserver, is the second member of the Hindu trinity. He preserves the world created by Brahma until it is eventually destroyed by Shiva. He holds a discus, which he uses to cut down anyone that tries to mess with his dharma, along with a conch, which symbolizes victory and the 5 elements. Vishnu has many, many avatars, such as Krishna or Rama, who he uses to defend dharma on earth. Oh, and he rides a giant eagle named Garuda. Vishnu has 2 consorts, the goddess Lakshmi and Bhudevi. Bhudevi is the earth goddess, and Lakshmi is the goddess of good fortune and wealth. Next is Shiva the Destroyer, the 3rd member of the Hindu trinity. It's his job to destroy the universe in order to prepare for its renewal at the end of each cycle of time. The most identifiable of his features is his 3rd eye, which he almost always keeps closed. If he does open it and you're in front of him, then you will have your face melted off. When not unmaking existence, Shiva enjoys long walks with his bull named Nandi. At the end of the Kali Yuga, the 4th age of the world, Shiva will perform a dance that destroys the universe. Which is odd, because people have told me that my dance moves make them wish the world would end. So me and Shiva have quite a lot in common. Parvati and Sati are Shiva's consorts. Shiva also has 2 sons, Ganesha and Murugan. Ganesha is worshipped as the remover of obstacles, and Murugan is the god of war. Ganesha holds a very special place in the heart of Hindus, due to him being the remover of obstacles. The elephant head is the most obvious clue to identifying him. He was actually born with a human head, but after Shiva cut that one off, he kind of had to make do with an elephant one. If you're Christian or Muslim, you're aware that your religion has a bunch of different denominations, like Catholics or Protestants, Sunni and Shia. Hinduism has these too. Hindus developed 4 major denominations, some of which have their own subdivisions. The Vaishnavas primarily worship Vishnu, and Shaivas primarily worship Shiva and his sons. Smartas follow sacred texts like the Puranas, the Ramayana, and the Mahabharata, rather than the Vedas. They worship 5 gods and goddesses, Ganesha, Durga, Surya, Shiva, and a preferred avatar of Vishnu. Finally, Shaktas worship the goddess Devi. Shaktas see Devi as the ultimate and eternal reality, like a feminine Brahman. Even though there are all these variations and more, the core beliefs of Hindus remain mostly the same. Hindus believe that dharma keeps the balance in the universe. If the scales between good and evil start tipping towards evil, then something needs to intervene to fix the universe's dharma. This divine intervention is known as an avatar. The literal meaning of the word avatar is descent. Avatars are gods that descend to Earth to intervene whenever help is needed to restore dharma. For example, when the Earth was dragged underneath the ocean, Vishnu descended to Earth as the avatar Varaha, a boar, and dragged the Earth back out. In other cases, Vishnu was born on Earth as a human avatar, like...
I've heard of Vishnu before. Cryptocurrency. Let's see if it's in here. Meta storm.
Unknown caller.
I'm still connected. Oh, that's why. It ain't gonna hurt nobody to get on down. It ain't gonna hurt nobody. Okay, we're gonna do okay, that's the shooting. I need the porn one. Adult policy. Did you open it? Not yet. Okay, we'll go here. Adult policy. A human like character, a human like genital. Hardcore porn guidelines. Shoot, I'm gonna. Is it escalation? Is it? Mm-mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't see what the. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to the policy. Okay. Mm-hmm. I think this should be 2101. Let's see. 2101. I want to say 2101 per the new guideline. That's why I pulled it up because non-EDSA. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Set timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, starting now.
Rama or Krishna, where he spent his avatar's life fixing Dharma. So, the caste system. If you only know one thing about Hinduism, this is probably it. People see it as an oppressive system that locks people in place based on their birth. And for a huge part of history, that's what it's been, unfortunately. Let's do a quick explanation of what the caste system is. In Hinduism, there are 4 castes or classes that you can be born into. There's the Brahmin, the priest, the Kshatriyas, the warriors, the Vaishyas, the traders, and the Shudras, the manual laborers. The main basis for the caste system can be found in the Bhagavad Gita and the Rig Veda. Krishna says in the Gita, I have created a 4-fold system in order to distinguish among one's qualities and functions. The Rig Veda also refers to the 4 castes. It says humans were created from parts of the god Purusha, the Brahmin from his face, the Kshatriya from his arms, the Vaishya his thighs, and the Shudra his feet. This system was supposed to assign people functions based on their abilities, not their birth. If someone had the qualities of a Brahmin or a Vaishya, they could fill those roles. The Gita didn't restrict movement among castes, and the caste system functioned as intended for a while, until a document known as the Laws of Manu came about around the 5th century BC, popularly referred to as the Manu Smriti. They created hard rules for Hindu life. 2 rules presented in it contributed to the way the caste system turned out. Manu states that the Brahmin were the lords of all castes, and he forbid moving among the castes. The caste you were born into was now the caste you're stuck in. If you give humans a hierarchy, they'll exploit it, and things will go sour pretty quickly. As time passed, Hindus began thinking in terms of upper and lower castes. Soon, cleaning toilets, tanning leather, and dealing with meat products were thought to be impure. The people doing those jobs became untouchables, the lowest of the low, a people without caste. And the rest is history. The modern world has brought many changes though. Now Hindus mix freely while working together in the same businesses, attending the same schools, and generally just living together. But when it comes to marriage, many Hindus still stick to their own caste. But this too is changing, and on Hindu dating websites you can actually see people list a non-preference for caste. It'll say, caste no bar. So, those are the basics of Hinduism. It isn't even close to covering everything. One video simply can't do it. Hinduism is too diverse, too deep, and means too many different things to different people. But learning even the basics of this fascinating and ancient religion gives us an insight into the worldview of over 1 billion people. And I hope you enjoyed it. You can find all the sources used in the description below. If you would like to follow your correct Dharma, then please subscribe. If you're interested in supporting the channel, there are links to my t-shirt store and Patreon also in the description. Thank you so much for watching.
We now have more ways to fight COVID than ever with oral treatments for individuals at high risk for severe COVID who test positive.
And they can be taken from the comfort of home.
These treatments, if taken within 5 days of the first sign of symptoms, are effective at reducing the risk of hospitalization and severe outcomes.
This is a game changer for New Mexico.
For more information and to access treatment, visit findatreatmentnm.com.
This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream. Get access to my video streaming service, Nebula, when you sign up for CuriosityStream using the link in the description. Buddhism, the religion probably most associated with peace, tranquility, and bald guys. One of the oldest surviving religions, Buddhism started 2,500 years ago in India and is now the world's 4th largest religion. With over 520 million followers, or 7% of humanity, almost all located within this circle. And if you live outside of this circle, you most likely don't know a lot about Buddhist belief. So what is Buddhism? Who is the Buddha? And is life just an endless cycle of pain, misery, disappointment, and death? Well, let's find out. So, who was the Buddha? Well, let's travel back 2,500 years into the past. Around 480 BCE, the Buddha was born as Prince Siddhartha Gautama in modern-day Nepal, right here. Siddhartha's dad was a powerful ruler of a Hindu republic, but due to a prophecy, he was terrified that Prince Siddhartha would become a religious leader instead of taking his place on the throne. To avoid the prophecy, he hid all human suffering from Siddhartha. Siddhartha lived in fancy palaces, had the finest clothes and jewelry, ate and drank what he pleased, and married a beautiful bride. His dad fired all the sick, ugly, and aging servants, and no one could speak to Siddhartha about any of life's miseries, like death. This could obviously never backfire. Siddhartha felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction with this luxurious life of his. At 29 years old, after finally being allowed to go on a trip outside the palace, Siddhartha saw an old man, a sick man, and finally a corpse. He spiraled into an existential crisis. He thought, why do anything in life when old age, sickness, and death would get everyone eventually? Anyway, on another visit outside, Siddhartha came across a homeless monk that had given up all possessions. This guy seemed pretty wise and happy. So Siddhartha decided that he would abandon his princely life and become a wandering monk in search of an answer to life's suffering. Siddhartha spent the next 6 years learning from India's greatest yoga and meditation masters. Then he joined a group of hermits in the forest that practiced extreme fasting and intense meditation. After 6 long years of eating nothing but seeds that had blown into his lap, Siddhartha was little more than a living skeleton. He realized he wasn't any closer to an answer to suffering. In fact, the starvation had clouded his thinking. He was even further away from an answer than when he had started 6 years ago. Something clicked. The path to enlightenment lay between the extremes of a prince's life of luxury and a hermit's life of starvation. And so he started to eat again. Re-energized, Siddhartha sat beneath a tree and vowed to meditate until he found an answer to life's suffering. In a deep state of meditation, Siddhartha sat there for days. He realized that by ending desire, he could end suffering. We only suffer because we want things to be a certain way. His fear of aging, sickness, and death slipped away. He realized all things were always changing, and the only thing he could do was accept and love those changes. Freed from desire, his mind and senses purified, he was filled with a sense of joy and compassion for everything on earth. Under that tree, now called the Bodhi tree, Siddhartha achieved enlightenment, or nirvana. He was now an awakened one, a Buddha. So, how exactly did the Buddha become enlightened? Well, luckily, he laid out a handy-dandy guide for everyone to follow. First, there's the Four Noble Truths. The Four Noble Truths are the basis of Buddhism. The first Noble Truth is, life is suffering. Oh, wait. I know this sounds dark, but it's actually not. The actual first truth is that life is dukkha, which is an ancient Sanskrit word that normally translates to suffering in English. But it's more like dissatisfaction. Life will always be dissatisfying because humans cling to temporary things. Knowing about old age, sickness, and death, that's dukkha. Things changing when you don't want them to change, that's dukkha. Not getting what you want, that's also dukkha. And things never measuring up to your expectations, that's also dukkha. Dukkha suggests that even when life is not physically painful, it can be disappointing and unfulfilling. The second noble truth is that dukkha is caused by desire. Humans desire and cling to possessions, people, power, and life itself. So they end up constantly disappointed because all of those things end. People want things they don't currently have and want things they currently have to never change. But everything is always changing. Everything we think we already own is really borrowed. We want to live forever and we want our loved ones to stay the same forever. But you can't catch a running stream. You can't have a permanent relationship with an impermanent world. it always ends in disappointment. Eventually, you discover that the bottomless breadsticks are in fact bottom. Desire fuels suffering in the same way that wood fuels a fire. Fire consumes everything that you feed it and will always demand more fuel. The only way to kill a fire is to stop feeding it breadsticks. The Buddha taught that the secret to a happy life is to enjoy what you have without attachment and to not want what you don't have. The third noble truth is that there is an end to suffering. Since we cause our own suffering, we can also cure it. You can't change the things that happen to you, but you can change your responses.
New moms, did you know your birth control pill can be estrogen-free and convenient? Say hello to estrogen-free Slated. Safe and effective with a flexible window to catch up on a missed pill, periods on a schedule, and fits into your life when breastfeeding or when you stop. Don't take Slated if you have kidney, liver, or adrenal problems, cervical cancer, or hormone-sensitive cancer, or unexplained vaginal bleeding. Before taking Slated, tell your doctor if you may be pregnant or have had blood clots, stroke, heart attack, high potassium in your blood, diabetes, or depression, which can lead to serious side effects. Talk to your doctor about Slated today.
And the fourth noble truth is that the Buddha's Noble Eightfold Path leads to the end of suffering. The Noble Eightfold Path, or the Middle Way, is an 8-step guide to deprogramming the desire-addicted brain. It might be called a path, but you should think of it more as a wheel with 8 spokes that you spin all together. The 8 parts are right view. Right view is accepting the 4 noble truths, that suffering exists and that by following the Buddha's teachings, there is a way out of it. Right thought. The Buddha said that your worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own thoughts. Don't let negative thoughts like greed, fear, and anxiety cloud your mind. Fill your mind with positive ones like love, kindness, and compassion. Right speech. Focus on positive words and stay away from negative ones like gossip, hurtful words, and lies. These only cause yourself and others to suffer. Right action. The Buddha taught the philosophy of ahimsa, or non-violence. Instead of hurting others with your actions, you should try and have an endless love for all life. Good actions include conquering anger with love, evil with good, meanness with generosity, lies with truth, and smickety smashing that likety like button and clickety clacking the scribbity subscribe button. Bad actions include killing, stealing, drugs, and engaging in non-consensual sex. Right livelihood. Avoid jobs that involve death, weapons, slavery that harm animals, drugs, and any kind of exploitation. But livelihood isn't just occupation. Be an honest and kind parent, friend, and partner. The next 3 are related to meditation. You have right effort. Right effort builds on right thought. It means putting effort into welcoming and creating good thoughts and pushing out bad thoughts. Violence, hatred, greed, and anxiety all begin as negative thoughts. Using right effort in your little mind garden, you water your positive thought flowers so they grow. And in a garden full of kind and compassionate thoughts, greed weeds will find no space to grow. Right mindfulness. Mindfulness is paying pure attention in every moment. Remaining in the present without judging or labeling your experiences and without letting distracted thoughts bring you out of the present. If you're eating ice cream, eat ice cream. Don't let that memory of that one time you peed your pants at school and then slipped on your own pee and then everyone laughed and called you pee-pee pants, make slippy pee, because they were very uncreative, let's be honest, distract you from your delicious ice cream moment. Mindfulness helps you understand your mind and body so you can see what causes positive and negative reactions from you in each moment. Right concentration. While mindfulness is like a giant net catching everything, right concentration is like a laser. Right concentration is what people would recognize as meditation. Using right concentration, you focus your mind on a single thing while meditating, whether that be your breath or thoughts. The point is to focus on that one thing without distraction so you gain insight into reality. Concentration gives you insight into your thoughts and why they happen, so you can just nip them in the bud before you start desiring. Each of these 8 parts has endlessly complex additions and extra steps that we don't have time to cover. The main takeaway is that Buddha taught that the Eightfold Path would free people from suffering. Following this path does not mean you give up on life, abandoning friends and family, and to stop feeling all emotions. The truths and the path are about realizing that you won't find happiness by clinging to the world. Happiness comes from clearing your mind of desire and replacing it with joy and compassion for all things. Instead of trying to control what happens, you accept what happens and just enjoy every moment as it is. Along with the Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, there are other important Buddhist core beliefs, like karma. Karma is an ancient Sanskrit word meaning action, but actions that have consequences. When you commit good or bad actions, it causes a chain reaction that will later come back to you in this life or the next. Buddhists see karma more like a natural law, like gravity, rather than some sort of system of rewards and punishments. It's a system of cause and effect. Think of karma like seeds. As you sow, so shall you reap. If you plant a mango seed, you'll eventually get a mango tree. If you plant a murder seed, murder tree. Or the worst one of all, if you plant coriander, you go straight to hell. According to Buddhism, if you want to know about your past life, look at your present body. If you want to know your future life, look at your present mind. Even though karma affects your current life conditions, it's not destiny. Buddhism teaches that at every moment, each person can change and make their lives better. And when it comes to karma, intention matters. If you squash a little ant by accident, then you don't generate any karma. If you stamp on it with pure hatred and anger, as if it was coriander, then that will generate a lot of negative karma. Karma also influences how you will be reborn after death. Rebirth. Buddhists believe we live in a beginningless and endless cycle of birth, suffering, and death, called samsara. When the Buddha reached nirvana, he escaped from that cycle of rebirth. Desire and karma push the cycle on and on. When a life ends in one body, karma drags the life into a new body with no memory of the previous life. Karma, even if it's good or bad karma, keeps people stuck in the cycle. The only way to break out of the cycle is to stop desiring, to stop suffering, and to stop the creation of karma and reach nirvana. Nirvana or enlightenment isn't a place you go. It's not heaven. It's a state of mind. The Buddha reached nirvana and then lived for another 45 years. And although some Buddhist traditions do have heavens and hells, they're all inside of the cycle. Nirvana is an escape from the entire samsara cycle. Nirvana literally means blowing out. You blow out the fire of desire. When you stop thinking of yourself as me and I, and instead fill yourself with compassion for all things. Once you do this, you stop generating karma, and so you stop being reborn. Anyone that wants to achieve nirvana can with the right effort. And that's why the Buddha spent the remaining 45 years of his life after enlightenment wandering about the Indian subcontinent, teaching people how to escape suffering before he died at the age of 80. After Siddhartha's death, his community of monks known as the Sangha spread his teachings, or Dharma, out of India and throughout Asia. Buddhism did eventually decline in India, but took hold across East and Southeast Asia. The Buddhist teachings of the Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path aren't strict rules, and not following them won't result in punishment from a god. There is no capital G God in Buddhism. There are gods, but they're stuck in the same cycle as the rest of us, and you can actually be reborn as one if you have good enough karma. The Buddhist teachings are simply a guide to escape suffering, to leave the cycle, and to achieve nirvana like he did. The important part is using the teachings that work for you in your unique life circumstances. As the Dalai Lama once said, if you find that the teachings suit you, apply them to your life as much as you can. If they don't suit you, just leave them be. That's why there are dozens of different kinds of Buddhism, but they can be divided into two major branches, Theravada and Mahayana. Theravada means school of the elders, and is the oldest surviving branch of Buddhism. For Theravadins, reading is fundamental. They use a series of texts called suttas, which are based on oral teachings of what the Buddha taught. They date back almost to the time of the Buddha himself, and are written in the ancient Pali language, so these texts are called the Pali Canon. In general, Theravada has less religious rituals than the other forms of Buddhism, and they believe the Buddha to be a much more human figure. They see Siddhartha as the only Buddha of the current era, and that he left behind his Dharma and Sangha to help other people achieve enlightenment themselves. Theravada Buddhist countries include Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos. Mahayana, meaning a great vehicle, is younger than Theravada and is mostly found in East Asia. Unlike Theravada, which sticks with the Pali Canon, Mahayana has loads more texts and teachings. At the center of Mahayana belief is the Bodhisattva, Bodhisattvas are enlightened beings that instead of leaving the cycle of rebirth, have decided to stay in order to help non-enlightened beings achieve enlightenment. Mahayana Buddhism believes that you can ask bodhisattvas, other Buddhas, and other holy beings for help in this world. In Mahayana, you will see people praying to different Buddhas in the same way people would pray to saints or gods in other religions. Mahayana is primarily practiced in Nepal, Mongolia, Taiwan, Korea, and Japan. Mahayana also contains dozens of smaller traditions such as Zen Buddhism and Pure Land Buddhism. Another tradition under Mahayana is Vajrayana, or Diamond Vehicle Buddhism. This is what many people call Tibetan Buddhism. Vajrayana uses mantras or repetitive chants, drawing of mandalas, the use of secret rituals, incantations, and deep meditation while visualizing different supernatural beings to try and achieve nirvana faster than in other forms of Buddhism. This school has a huge emphasis on using gurus or teachers known as lamas to assist you on your journey. The famous Dalai Lama is the leader of Tibetan Buddhism. If you'd like an even better explanation of the Buddha and his teachings, I can highly recommend the Buddha episode of the series Genius of the Ancient World over on Curiosity Stream. Curiosity Stream has thousands of other documentaries like this, which is why I'm so excited that they're partnering with my streaming service, Nebula. Cogito and a bunch of our creator friends have made our own platform where we don't have to deal with any of the odd quirks that come with working on YouTube, like demonetization or problems with the algorithm. Nebula is a place where you can watch some of the best educational content ad-free and earlier than YouTube. This video was up on Nebula days ago, and creators there can experiment with all kinds of new and exclusive stuff. For example, all of my unlisted videos such as live streams, video commentaries, and my Byzantine Empire series, which is no longer on YouTube, are all up over on Nebula. But other than that, Nebula opens up a whole new world of possibilities for creators to create and collaborate in ways we couldn't before. By supporting Nebula, you'll be providing a budget for creators to put together high-quality Nebula originals that would never make it on YouTube. For example, Wendover Productions just uploaded an hour-long documentary to Nebula that you won't see anywhere else. Or would you like to watch a game show hosted by Tom Scott where he makes YouTubers battle each other for cash? Because there's a Nebula original for that. Or do you want to see a Zoomer learn about 90s and early 2000s culture and laugh along the way? Well, there's a Nebula original for that. Or a World War II docu-series. There's a Nebula original for that. Or maybe even something about how the Venezuelan economic crisis and the multiplayer game RuneScape are connected. Well, you guessed it, there's a Nebula original for that too. There are many, many more, and they're all funded and created for people like you. People that enjoy independent, original, and smart content. And now Nebula even has original podcasts. So where does Curiosity Stream fit into all this? Well, as the internet's best place to find high-quality documentaries, they love education and educational creators. And so we've teamed up to create a deal. If you follow the link in the description and sign up to Curiosity Stream, you'll get access to Nebula for free. And this isn't a trial or anything like that. As long as you're a Curiosity Stream member, you'll get access to Nebula. And right now, for a limited time, Curiosity Stream is offering Cogito viewers a 26% discount on their annual subscription. That's less than $15 a year for both Curiosity Stream and Nebula. So you can watch Nebula originals from Tom Scott, Real Engineering, and Lindsay Ellis, along with geniuses like David Attenborough and Stephen Hawking. So click the link below to get 26% off an annual Curiosity Stream subscription, along with free access to Nebula. Or you can just go straight to curiositystream.com/cogito. Doing that will not only help out this channel, but will also help the broader educational community. And maybe will bring you one step closer to Nirvana. I don't know. So head to curiositystream.com/cogito and get 26% off and start enjoying Curiosity Stream and Nebula for less than $15 a year. I hope you enjoyed this video. This is only about 1% of Buddhism. Unfortunately, I can't fit the entire religion into one video. But if you'd like to know more, as always, all of our sources are in the description below. If you're interested in supporting this channel and keeping it going, you'll also find our Patreon and merch store linked below as well. All of my patrons get early access to these videos, get to vote on future videos, get a peek behind the scenes, and get extended commentaries from the team. Thank you so much for watching, and bye.
You're a short guy with Benefiber.
This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream. Get access to my video streaming service, Nebula, when you sign up for CuriosityStream using the link in the description. Islam. Everyone's talking about it. With a global community stretching from China to Timbuktu, California, and everywhere in between, this religion is the way of life for a quarter of humanity. But what is Islam? What do Muslims believe? And what is Shakira's law? Well, let's find out. With about 1.8 billion followers, or 24% of Earth's population, Islam is the second largest religion on the planet, therefore the universe. Muslims make up the majority of the population in 49 countries, as diverse as Yemen, Nigeria, Albania, Kazakhstan, and Malaysia. This 1,400-year-old religion started in modern-day Saudi Arabia. Today, only 20% of Muslims are Arabs. Indonesia is actually the country with the most Muslims, holding around 13% of the world's total. About 30% of Muslims live in India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Christianity is named after Christ, Judaism after the tribe of Judea, and Zoroastrianism after the 1998 swashbuckling adventure film Mask of Sorrow, starring Antonio Banderas. Islam is named after an action. Islam means submission to God, and Muslim is the person that submits to God. The root meaning of the word Islam means peace, safety, and security. The Arabic word for peace, salam, comes from this root along with the Hebrew word shalom. So, submission to God means finding peace by following God. Around the world, regardless of language, most Muslims greet each other in Arabic saying Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. Islam originated in 7th century Arabia with a guy called Muhammad. Before we can get into Muhammad's life, we need to talk about the elephant in the room. His name is Sebastian, and he is standing in front of my whiteboard explaining the controversy surrounding drawing Muhammad. Sebastian, can you just scoot over there? Can you just please move? Okay. Drawing Muhammad is a controversial and emotional political issue. Firstly, the Quran, Islam's holy book, has no ban on drawing Muhammad, but the big three Abrahamic faiths, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, all have rules against making images of any living thing. This comes from the Torah, and some Muslims and Jews take this rule very seriously. Islam kept this rule going so that Muslims wouldn't worship in front of images of Muhammad or God. Instead, they prayed directly to God. Some Muslim societies have drawn Muhammad in the past, Iranian cultures especially. Today, most Muslims are offended by disrespectful images of Muhammad, but respectful images are usually fine, especially in Shia Islam, the second largest branch of Islam. And the majority of Muslims disagree with violence in response to depictions of Muhammad. To be respectful, as we always try to be, this silhouette will stand in place of Muhammad. No, not that. That's Sebastian again. Please, Sebastian, move. You're making me look like a fool. This is the silhouette. Sorry. Muhammad was born in 570 CE in Mecca in Arabia. His parents died when he was very young, and Muhammad grew up as an orphan. Back then, the Arabs worshipped hundreds of different gods, and Muhammad's tribe, the Quraysh, were the guardians of this building, the Kaaba in Mecca. They packed the Kaaba with hundreds of idols to different gods, and the Quraysh got filthy rich taxing pilgrims visiting the Kaaba. Muhammad was deeply religious and wanted to improve his community. All around him, he saw poverty, injustice, war, and widespread discrimination against women and orphans. Muhammad saw the rich abuse the poor, and religious festivals had just become giant, decadent parties dedicated to the worship of idols. This is the best religion ever! Woo! Woo! Religion party! Instead of attending religious festivals every year, Muhammad would just go and pray alone in the cave. Then, in 610 CE, in the month of Ramadan, during one of these lonely cave prayers, Muhammad, now 40 years old, was visited by Gabriel, or Jibril in Arabic. Jibril told Muhammad that there was one God, and that he was now God's messenger. Muhammad received revelations directly from God and then recited them aloud. His companions wrote these revelations down, and they became the Quran, Islam's holy book. Muhammad's words were radical in tribal Arabia. He was saying stuff like, Arab has no superiority over non-Arab, white has no superiority over black. He also demanded an end to the practice of killing infant girls because boys were preferred, saying that girls were equal blessings from God. This didn't exactly go down well in tribal, sexist, and hierarchical Mecca. This whole one god business annoyed the Quraysh because they made money charging people to visit Kaaba to worship hundreds of gods. The poor, slaves, and others flocked to Muhammad. Quraysh, now furious and losing money, abused the Muslims, especially the vulnerable ones like slaves who were frequently tortured if they converted. But the Muslims didn't fight back. Muhammad and his God outlawed violence. The Quran said, whoever kills a person, it shall be as if he killed all mankind. After a decade of this persecution, the Muslims fled to the city of Medina. This move in 622 CE marks year 1 on the Islamic calendar. Right now, January 2021 CE is 1442 on the Muslim calendar. Even in Medina, the Quraysh kept attacking the Muslims. So God told Muhammad Muslims could fight back. But God laid down some ground rules for the fight. Do not target public places, do not destroy farms or herds, do not harm women, children, the elderly or disabled, do not harm animals, trees or plants, and be kind to prisoners and do not forcefully convert anyone. These strict rules of war were laid down to stop civilians getting hurt. Muhammad said, if someone shows no compassion, God will show no compassion to them. By 630, Muhammad marched on Mecca with an army of 10,000. The city submitted without a battle. Muhammad went straight to the Kaaba and destroyed the hundreds of idols, dedicated only to God. Just 2 years later, most of Arabia had converted to Islam and was united under Muhammad. Then, on June 8, 632 CE, Muhammad died. Abu Bakr, Muhammad's father-in-law, was elected as the first caliph or successor. This election is the cause of the divide between Islam's two major branches, Sunni and Shia. To oversimplify a bit, Sunni believe Abu Bakr was rightly elected. Shia believe Muhammad chose his son-in-law Ali as his successor. Today, Sunni make up between 80 to 90% of all Muslims, while Shia make up about 13%. Over the next 1,400 years, Islam has spread through empires and trade across the Middle East, Africa, Central and South Asia, and China. It spread to Europe, especially the Balkans and Spain, and merchants brought it to Southeast Asia, and slaves brought it with them to the Americas. And that's a very brief version of Muhammad's story. But what exactly was this new religion that he was preaching? Islam might seem complicated at first, but we can break it down into very easy to understand core beliefs.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Peace be with you. This is your brother Eddie from the D Show, and we are in the best days of the year, the days of Dhul Hijjah. The last and final messenger sent to mankind, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, said, these are the best days of the year and the most rewarding, even more than Ramadan. Now we are halfway there to purchasing this 35,000 square foot facility to make it the Deen Center, a first of its kind mega dawah center and masjid. And we want to finish during these blessed days of Dhul Hijjah. Get in on all the tremendous reward. Donate whatever you can. May God Almighty Allah reward all of you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is your brother in Islam, Yasir Qadhi. We're about to enter the 10 most blessed days of the entire year. It is true that Ramadan is the most blessed month. However, the most blessed days of the entire year are the first 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. Of the greatest deeds that we should do, strongly encouraged to do, is that we should sacrifice an animal for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, there is no deed that you can do on the day of sacrifice, which is the 10th of the Hijjah, that is more blessed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala than the sacrificing of an animal. And he told us that the sacrificing of an animal is the sunnah of our father Ibrahim alayhi salam. Because again, the goal of the sacrifice is what? It is that we give that meat to the poor. A lot of people, they think, why should we sacrifice an animal? The response is that the goal is not the blood or the animal. Allah says in the Quran that neither the meat nor the blood reaches Allah. Rather, it is your piety that you chose an animal. You spent money on it. You made sure that it was sacrificed properly, and then you handed out the meat to the poor, and yes, you may take some of it as well. It is that is pleasing to Allah. And our Prophet ﷺ said that every single hair of the animal, it will cause our sins to be forgiven and our ranks to be raised. And so, dear brothers and sisters, I strongly encourage all of you to organize a sacrifice. And of course, it is far more convenient and in fact far more beneficial for us to pay an organization to do this so that they can take care of these sacrifices across the globe. And alhamdulillah, for a lot of these people, this might be the only time of the year that they're able to eat meat and they're able to feel that blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in particular, the emphasis is given by MAUSA, it is given to widows and orphans, and also we're trying to help out the Uyghur refugees as well via the sacrifice. So please log on, click the link below, and do whatever you can to sacrifice as many animals so that inshallah ta'ala we can feed the poor and bring them happiness during this time frame of Eid al-Adha and during these blessed 10 days. Jazakumullahu khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
One, belief in one God. Muslims, Christians, and Jews worship the same God. Muslims just call that God Allah because that's the Arabic word for God. Arab Christians also refer to God as Allah. Muslims believe God is the uncreated, all-knowing, all-powerful, merciful, loving, and genderless creator of the universe. Islam accepts that there is only one God and that believing in other gods or worshipping anything else, be it idols, money, or power, like its God, is a great sin. Islam in general also has no priests, as Muslims are supposed to have a direct personal connection with God. God created the world in 6 days. After creating the world and everything in it, God created Adam and Eve together from the same clay. The Quran states that God created humanity from a single soul. 2. Belief in the divine books and prophets. Muhammad said he wasn't preaching anything new. He said Islam was the original religion of humanity. He was just a prophet tasked with reminding people of the one God and bringing them back to the correct path. Muhammad is also not the only prophet in Islam. The prophets of Judaism and Christianity are accepted by Muslims too. Dozens of prophets are named in the Quran alongside Muhammad, like Abraham, Moses, Noah, and Jesus. Moses, Jesus, and Jesus' mother, Mary, get a lot of mention in the Quran. In Islam, Muhammad and all the prophets are just humans, but they carry a message, and all prophets brought the same message, a call for peace, a return to worshipping only God, and a warning of the Day of Judgment. Muslims also recognize the Jewish Torah and the Christian Gospel as divine books sent down by God. So Muslims refer to themselves, along with Jews, Christians, and some other peoples, as people of the book. The big difference between them, though, is that Muslims believe that Muhammad is the final prophet and that the Quran is the last divine book. 3. Belief in the Day of Judgment. God created the universe with an expiration date. At one point in the future, the Day of Judgment will come. The world will end, and everyone that has ever lived will be physically resurrected, and their actions in life will be judged and will be held accountable for how they behave. After the resurrection, everyone will move across a bridge that goes over the fire of hell and leads to the entrance to heaven. For those whose good deeds outweigh their bad, the bridge is flat and broad and the crossing easy. For sinners, though, the bridge becomes as sharp as a razor and they fall into hell. Hell is a place of fire. Everyone is tortured, miserable, thirsty. Baby Shark plays all day long. It's awful. Stuff like murder, theft, and cheating will get you sent there. Whereas heaven is a beautiful garden filled with rivers of milk and honey, where everyone is young, healthy, reunited with family, and subscribe to educational YouTube channels. Eventually, most people who go to hell will move up into heaven because God wants people to be in heaven. 4. The Quran. The Quran is the holy book of Islam. The word Quran simply means to recite or to say out loud. Muslims consider the Quran to be the direct word of God spoken through the mouth of Muhammad in Arabic. The Quran is about 600 pages long and is divided into 114 surahs or chapters. Each surah is divided into numbered verses or ayat, so you can find any quote from the Quran using the number of surah and ayat. Let's just pick a random number, 3119, which is, Lo, the harshest of all voices is the voice of the ass. The Quran has no narrative structure. It's organized by length. The longest verses are at the beginning and the shortest verses are at the end. so the topic and narrative of the Quran jumps around a lot. One reason for this is because the Quran is supposed to be read aloud. Many Muslims even memorize the whole Quran. The Hadith are the second most important literature in Islam after the Quran. The Hadith are the sayings or actions of Muhammad, not God, that his companions heard and wrote down. Hadith fill in information that's not in the Quran on how to be a good Muslim. The Hadith were passed down orally before being written down. So not all Hadith are created equal. They're ranked from strong down to weak, depending on how trustworthy the chain of transmitters from Muhammad is. For example, the Hadith that reports that Muhammad said, "Forgive him who wrongs you," is considered strong because the chain of transmitters is trustworthy, whereas the Hadith that talks about 72 virgins in heaven is very weak, and so most Muslims don't believe it. Sunni and Shia Muslims use different Hadith, and some Muslims don't follow the Hadith at all. 5. The 5 pillars of Islam. This core belief is split into 5, pillars. These act as the blueprint for how Muslims behave. First, you have the Shahada. The Shahada is simply a statement. There is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God. This is the shortest possible explanation of what Muslims believe. Saying it just once, honestly, makes a person a Muslim. Salat. Salat means prayer, and practicing Muslims pray 5 times a day. Before Salat, Muslims must perform wudu, or ritual washing of the face, arms, head, and feet. Each Salat begins with the saying, "God is most great," or Allahu Akbar, followed by prayers in Arabic, along with movements like standing, bowing, and kneeling. Seriously, Muslim prayer looks like a proper workout. Because a Muslim stops whatever they're doing to pray 5 times a day, they're reminded of God and the values of the Quran. And when praying, Muslims face Mecca. The direction towards Mecca is called the Qibla. Muslim places of worship, mosques, are planned so that one wall, Qibla wall, always faces Mecca. Even though mosques look different depending on where they are in the world, they all have a Qibla wall. Zakat. Zakat is a charitable tax on wealth that all Muslims should pay annually. The basic rate is about 2.5% of your current wealth. The Quran says, "Give money cheerfully to the relatives, the orphans, the needy, the traveling alien, the beggars, and to free the slaves." I'm assuming traveling alien probably means something different in that context than how I'm imagining. What does it? Today, every year, somewhere between $200 billion and $1 trillion is given to charity by Muslims across the globe through zakat. Muhammad preached that accumulating wealth was greedy. To stop the rich profiting off of poverty, the Quran outlaws interest-bearing loans known as usury or riba. Money can never be traded for money. Muslim wealth can only come from actual labor or fair trade. Swam. Swam is fasting. During the holy month of Ramadan, Muslims fast from dawn to sunset. Fasting includes no eating, no drinking, and no smoking. Pregnant women, the sick, and the disabled do not have to fast if it puts stress on their bodies. And women on their period can also delay their fast. Through fasting, a person experiences how the poor suffer on a daily basis. And fasting breaks up life's regular routine and invites introspection and meditation on God. Ramadan ends the feast of Eid. During this holiday, Muslims give extra zakat to the poor, share food, visit their mosque, and eat with friends and family. Hajj. Hajj is the pilgrimage to the Kaaba at Mecca, the holiest place in Islam. Every Muslim must make the pilgrimage once in their life, if able to do so. For over 1,000 years, Muslims from all over the world flocked to Mecca. On Hajj, there is no distinction between rich and poor, or nationality and race. Today, more than 2 million people make Hajj every year. And those are the 5 pillars of Islam. Next, let's look at some topics you've probably heard a lot about when it comes to Islam. Women. Islam and women is a pretty topical issue. So how does Islam address women, and what exactly is the deal with the veil? Well, first of all, this is a hijab, this is a niqab, this is a chador, and this is a burqa. The hijab is by far the most popular veil you'll see. The burqa and niqab are only found in deeply conservative communities or Afghanistan. And the chador is mostly found in Iran. Not all Muslim women wear veils, and some Muslim majority nations have actually banned headscarves, while other Muslim majority nations, women are pressured to wear them. It's a controversial issue within Islam itself. But why do some Muslim women wear these veils? One reason is culture. The veil is part of many people's cultural identity. Another reason is that Islam preaches modesty. Muslims should be modest in their words, actions, tempers, desires, appetite, everything really. Men and women are instructed to wear loose-fitting clothing that should cover most of the body. There isn't a difference made in the Quran between how men and women should dress, and it never states that women need to cover their faces. Veils in general seem to have entered early Muslim culture from their Roman neighbours. The only reference in the Quran to women covering their faces is about Muhammad's wives, and most Muslims consider those verses to only apply to Muhammad's wives. Throughout the Quran, God repeatedly attacks those that say women are inferior to men, and repeatedly demands that women be treated equally. Muhammad even pushed for women's education, saying, if a daughter is born to a person, he brings her up, gives her a good education, trains her in the arts of life, I shall myself stand between him and hellfire. The Quran also guarantees a woman's right to work, divorce, and own property. Halal. Halal is simply the Arabic word for permissible. If something's halal, that means Muslims can do it without worrying it's a sin. Most foods are halal except for pork, donkey, predators like lions, wolves, cats, and dogs, birds with talons, eels, lizards, mice, rats, and monkeys. Blood. Blood is also bad. Don't drink blood. Alcohol is also not halal because alcohol has negative effects on health and society. Although, funnily enough, alcohol is an Arabic word. In order for meat to be halal, the animal must not suffer. Its neck must be cut quickly at the throat while saying God's name, to give it a quick and painless death. The animal should not be able to see or hear or smell the previous slaughter, and it must not see the blade beforehand, so that it doesn't become afraid. Animal cruelty is outlawed in the Quran. Muhammad said, a good deed done to an animal is as meritorious as a good deed done to a human being, while an act of cruelty to an animal is as bad as an act of cruelty to a human being. Sharia law. Shakira law. Whenever, wherever Muslims get together, talk of Shakira law will be near, and that's a big deal, my dear. Shakira law. Didn't really think it's a bit true. I think that's Sharia law is talked about everywhere these days. The 3 times it's mentioned in the Quran, Sharia normally refers to the capital W way. The way a Muslim should live to most please God, to bring order to society, and to get into heaven. The literal meaning of Sharia is path to a waterhole, which to a desert people was literally a path to life. Thinking of Sharia as only law tends to cause confusion. Sharia mostly covers personal matters and contracts between people, how to pray, fast, how to treat neighbours, not lying, how to marry and divorce. This stuff is the main focus of Sharia, and how to pray isn't something that's enforced by law. The Quran in general doesn't have much law in it, but Muslim societies wanted to have laws influenced by Sharia. So, looking at the message of the Quran, Muslim scholars decided the goals of legal Sharia were the protection of life, property, family, faith, and intellect. Over the centuries, scholars made claims about the Sharia and then back up those claims using the Quran, the Hadith, and reasoning. The body of legal rulings that came from their interpretation of the Sharia was Islamic law, or fiqh in Arabic. But fiqh is the result of human opinions, and so can be wrong and is changeable. Fiqh can try to capture the Sharia, but probably never will. So fiqh evolved constantly. Sharia is aspiration. It was never written down in a big ancient book of unchanging rules. Different Muslims around the world and at different times have different interpretations of what Sharia is, and made fiqh based on those interpretations. You might see Saudi Arabia, Daesh, or Boko Haram cry Sharia as they abuse and torture people. But most Muslims do not consider what those groups do as Sharia in any way. Most Muslims would consider violence to be anti-Sharia, but headlines focus on those groups anyway. Sharia can and has been used to champion justice and equality. For example, Musawa is an organization which uses Sharia to promote gender equality. That's the fascinating thing about Sharia. It's an argument, process, a way to learn, grow, adapt. Learning is usually hard, but today it's easier than ever because Cogito and a bunch of our creator friends have built their own educational platform called Nebula, and we're excited to be partnering with CuriosityStream. Nebula is a place where you can watch some of the best educational content ad-free and earlier than YouTube. This video was up on Nebula days ago. On Nebula, creators can experiment with all kinds of new and exclusive stuff without having to worry about YouTube's quirks like demonetization or the algorithm that seems to be upon it. This channel has exclusive content up over on Nebula, and so do dozens of other creators. By supporting Nebula, you'll be providing a budget for creators to put together high-quality Nebula originals that would never make it on YouTube. Take, for example, Tom Scott's game show, Money, where he just pits some of your favorite creators against each other for entertainment. Or would you like a high-quality World War II docu-series? Well, real engineering Nebula Original would suit you. Or maybe a series breaking down video game storytelling. Well, there's a Nebula Original for that. Or maybe you want to see a behavioral psychologist using odd psychology to solve problems. Well, there's a Nebula Original for that as well. There are so many more, and they're all funded by and created for people like you, people that enjoy original, smart content. And now, Nebula has original podcasts too. But what does Curiosity Stream have to do with this? Well, as the online champion of high-quality documentaries, they love education and educational creators. So we've teamed up to create a deal. If you follow the link in the description, you can sign up for Curiosity Stream and you'll get Nebula for free. And that's not a trial or anything like that. As long as you have Curiosity Stream, you'll get Nebula. Right now, for a limited time, Curiosity Stream is offering Coletha viewers 41% off their annual subscription as a holiday discount. That's less than $15 a year for Curiosity Stream and Nebula. So you can watch Nebula originals from Tom Scott, Real Engineering, and Vince Ellis, along with geniuses like David Attenborough and Stephen Hawking. As I researched this video, I watched Islamic art over on Curiosity Stream, and it was gorgeous. So click the link down below to get 41% off an annual Curiosity Stream subscription, along with free access to Nebula, or you can go to curiositystream.com/Coletha. So those are the basics of Islam. It isn't even close to covering everything. I probably only cover about 1%. One video simply can't cover everything. Religions are too diverse, too deep, and mean too many different things to different people. But I hope that this could act as an introduction to you. I hope that you enjoyed this video, and let me know what you thought about it in the comments below. And what would you like for us to cover next? You can find all the sources used in the description below. If you're interested in supporting the channel, there are links to our Patreon and t-shirt store also in the description. Patrons also get early access to all videos. Thank you so much for watching, and ma'asalam. This video is sponsored by Curiosity Stream. Get access to my video streaming service, Nebula, when you sign up for Curiosity Stream using the link in the description. The Maori are the indigenous people of Aotearoa, or what is today New Zealand, famous for the haka, oi, and face tattoos. They are descended from the Polynesians, the greatest voyagers the world has ever known. They once hunted gigantic megabirds, terrified European colonists, and built a rich culture while isolated from the rest of the world. But who are the Maori? What is their history? And what exactly is a Trojan whale? Well, let's find out. The East Polynesians, sailing in double-hull waka across 4,000 kilometers of open ocean, discovered Aotearoa around 1300 CE, which is impressive because New Zealand isn't even on most modern maps. These islands were unlike anything these tropical island people had ever seen before. A typical Polynesian island looks like this, while Aotearoa looks like, well, this. Please don't sue me for copyright infringement. Aotearoa was enormous compared to their tiny islands at around 268,000 kilometers in size, 1,000 times bigger than the Cook Islands, where some of these early settlers might have migrated from. A land of beaches, dense forests, damp swamps, great plains, hobbit villages, and mountains capped with snow. This massive land and all its resources must have seemed infinite. It was adapting to this environment that transformed the tropical East Polynesians into the Maori people. With so many resources available and due to climatic changes, the Maori stopped building ocean-going ships shortly after settling the islands. They are now cut off from the rest of the world. These islands have been isolated too, for about 80 million years. This resulted in a very odd land, with nearly no mammals, instead populated by gargantuan birds. Moa, giant 3.6 meter tall and 230 kilogram flightless birds, known to scientists as absolute units, trampled across these islands. These titans had no fear of ground-based predators because there weren't any, so Maori could just walk right up to them and boop them over the head. They were so easy to catch and provided so much food that the Maori, who knew how to farm, chose to live a semi-nomadic lifestyle hunting them. Between 1300 and 1500 CE, the moa and many other flightless birds were hunted to extinction by humans and the rats and dogs they brought along with them. As the big game went extinct around 1500, the Maori had to turn back to farming. Polynesians knew how to farm dozens of crops, but only about 6 would grow in the cooler climate of Aotearoa. The Maori farmed kumara, or sweet potato, yam, taro, tea, gourd, and paper mulberry. Paper mulberry was used to make bark cloth clothing back in Polynesia, but the cooler climate of Aotearoa would demand something warmer. So they started to harvest New Zealand flax and manufactured it into intricate clothing, as well as processing it into things like kilometer-long fishing nets, disinfectant, anesthetic, and even drink sweetener. Maori started to preserve their sweet potatoes in large community storage pits. This meant that Maori communities had to stay close to those pits. These storage pits were soon surrounded by hill forts called pa. Pa were built on defendable hills, or sometimes even dormant volcanoes. Pa were fortified with a series of terraces with walls, ditches, hidden tunnels, and strongholds, so any would-be attackers would have to lay siege to these forts. You can still see their remains carved into the hillsides of the North and South Island today. Finding ways to beat these pa without a long siege meant getting a little creative. For example, one tribe, the Ngāti Kuri, made a fake whale from dog skins and put this decoy whale out on the beach in view of the pa. About 100 warriors hid inside of this whale. When the defenders left their path to investigate the whale, hoping to get some food or blubber, the Ngāti Kuri warriors burst out and overwhelmed them, and so ended the siege. Looks like hiding inside fake animals isn't just a Greek thing. Maori art flourished during this more settled period, especially wood carving known as whakairo, and the carving of a unique green stone known as pounamu. They created complex ornaments, weapons, fishhooks, tools, and the unique Maori tiki. Throughout the 15th and 16th centuries, these settled Maori communities began to form large tribal groups, with names like Ngāti Kuri and Ngāi Tahu. These groups traded and fought with one another. Although fragmented, they all spoke the same language, Te Reo. These groups did not identify as Maori. Maori simply means order. Back then, identity was based on your family and your iwi. The iwi, meaning nation or tribe, is the largest of the groups that form Maori society. Each iwi contains many hapu or clans. One hapu can have hundreds of members. Mutual aid was expected from everyone in the hapu. Ideas like mana kitanga, caring and supporting others, and kaicha kitanga, caring for the environment and people, were vital. Learning from the loss of the big game, Maori priests would make scarce resources tapu or untouchable until they replenished. This is where we get the modern word taboo from. Every Maori could recite their whakapapa aloud. Whakapapa was a record of their ancestry. It could be traced back to your founding ancestor or canoe, and even up to certain atua or gods. The highest people in Maori society were the rangatira, or nobles. Their power and rank was inherited from their ancestors by way of mana. You might know mana as the thing you need to cast spells in games, or even excellent Mexican rock band. But across Polynesia, it has a much deeper meaning. Mana is a supernatural force, a combination of prestige, influence, and spiritual power found in all people as well as some things and places. Mana is inherited from ancestors. It gives a person authority. The more mana a person has, the more respect they receive. Oddly enough, this mana is where the constantly low blue bar in games gets its name. Maori life revolved around maintaining and increasing mana. A Maori could increase personal and tribal mana through accomplishing great deeds or by keeping utu. Utu is the foundation of how Maori act towards one another. Utu means reciprocity or balanced exchange. A favour given requires an eventual favour in return, and both people would get mana. But an insult required a return as well, or else the insultee would lose mana. Positive utu built friendships and trade, whereas negative utu could cause entire iwis to go to war with each other. And war was common in the Maori world. Fighting for mana, utu, and economic gain, they developed a strong warrior culture. Maori combat was exclusively hand to hand, and based on one-on-one fighting for mana and prestige. While ocean-going canoes had stopped being built, the Maori still built massive, intricately carved war waka. These would transport warriors or be used to ram other waka along the coast or in rivers. Maori warfare was limited to the summer, since none of their crops were a good portable food. Sweet potatoes don't really travel as well as maize, wheat, or potato, for example. This limited how long they could stay in the field and how far they could travel to fight. The focus on hand-to-hand one-on-one combat, the short fighting season, and the unbeatable path meant that Maori warfare resulted in very few deaths. Maori warfare was also quite ceremonial. Before a battle, an army would perform a battle haka or dance. War haka aims to intimidate opponents with bulging eyes and extended tongues. And as you can see, it does a pretty good job of being intimidating. But haka is not just a war dance. There are haka for every occasion, like funerals, greetings, and all sorts of celebrations. Along with haka, during their downtime, Maori enjoyed a variety of activities, like telling stories, performing songs, playing musical instruments, fishing, and surfing. The Maori even had a genre of song called patere, which were just songs that made fun of people, so like early diss tracks. Haka and poi contests were held between hapu. People would travel to different villages, greet each other with hongi, and feast, sing, dance, and compete. Just by looking at the Maori, you can see that another vital part of their culture were their tattoos. Maori tattooing, or moko, is unique compared to tattooing around the world. Rather than a smooth tattoo, the Maori moko left a grooved scar that made it look like the person had been carved like a piece of wood or stone. It looks incredible and painful. Maori customized each moko based on whakapapa and mana, so every moko was unique and captured a person's identity.
If I go into another tribal area, they all recognize me as a speaker of this tribe by just those there. So it talks a lot about stories about myself. One side is my mother. My mother is a higher chieftainship than my father. And so my mother's side, which is this side, has more lines than my father than this side.
The most beloved hero in Maori mythology was Maui, the lovable trickster god of the wind and sea. Known across Polynesia, his many stories are legendary. His theft of fire from the gods, how he slowed down the sun, and his last trick, which led to his death, which involved the goddess Henetefo, and ended with Maui. Well, it's a bit too spicy for YouTube, so you can hear about it on our Patreon podcast, link in the description. One Maui myth involved him fishing the North Island of the sea, which is why a Maori word for the North Island is He'ikamau, the fish of Maui. And the South Island, which he stood on while fishing, was sometimes referred to as Iwaka-o-Mau, the canoe of Maui. These aren't the only names of the islands, though. Different Maori groups refer to the islands differently. Aotearoa, long white cloud, was another name for the North Island, for example, and is today the modern Maori name for all of New Zealand. The Maori culture continued to thrive and grow, but their isolation wouldn't last forever. The first ripple of the outside world arrived in December 1642. The Dutch expedition under Abel Jan Zoom Tasman. Tasman and his crew were immediately rammed by the first Maori waka they encountered, which killed several Dutchmen. They sailed off pretty quickly after that, naming the place Statenland and leaving it with a pretty terrible review. Later on, another Dutch guy was like, Statenland, that's a terrible name. What about New Zealand? Tasman's expedition also left us with the first published image of the Maori. We're going to assume that the ship's artist wasn't that talented because it looks like they were attacked by tattooless men with giant baby heads. This guy doesn't even have a neck, and I don't know what on earth is going on over here. Even this guy looks confused. Having terrified the Dutch, the Maori would be left in isolation for another 126 years. Until October 1769, when James Cook and his English crew landed with the help of Tahitian navigator Coletha. Cook collected reports on the resources of the country, which drew the interest of the British Empire. The around 110,000 Maori living in Aotearoa started interacting with these strangers, that they called Pakeha. The Maori traded with them for metal, especially nails, which could be used for carving. The ship's crew also introduced European diseases like measles and influenza. But the Englishmen left behind something more powerful than measles: potatoes. In less than a generation after Cook's visit, the North Island would be growing immense amounts of potatoes. They soon became a staple in the Maori diet and economy. By the early 1800s, European ships, like seals and whales, became a common sight, and these ships needed nearby ports to resupply, and the Maori had spotted an opportunity. They began sending food, supplies, and shelter to these pakeha. Soon pakeha were trading muskets to the Maori. Some iwi realized that muskets were a powerful shock weapon against iwi that didn't have them. By 1820, a Maori arms race had begun. Soon, musket-armed Maori war parties were battling it out across the North and South Islands in a series of conflicts now dubbed the Musket Wars. By the 1830s, most iwi had stockpiled muskets. There were no more easy victories. Battles were now long, drawn out, and devastating. The path went through a rapid technological leap, from fortified food storage pits defending against spears into musket-proof trench and bunker fortresses that could withstand weeks of heavy siege. This helped end the Musket Wars because the path proved unconquerable, even to gunpowder weapons. Keep a mental note of that.
That's a surprise tool that can help us later.
This conflict may be called the Musket Wars, but I don't really buy the idea that the musket was the most important factor. These wars would have happened with or without the musket. The build-up of a negative boot was the driving cause. The musket simply made them deadly. The rapid advancement of hand technology made them costlier. But the most powerful, important, and starchiest factor was the potato. Potato gave Maori a more nutritious, preservable, and portable food. This factor alone meant that armies could travel further, stay in the field longer, and lay indefinite siege to Japan. So the wars dragged out, taking a massive toll on the Maori economy. So potato wars might even be a better name than musket wars. By 1837, the Maori, tired of war, started to make peace. While this was happening throughout the 1830s, private companies and even the French seemed to be eyeing up New Zealand as a potential colony. The British, not wanting to miss out on the chance to colonize something, decided to act. So they drew up a treaty to try and convince the Maori to transfer their sovereignty or self-ruling power over their lands to the British Crown. They presented the treaty to around 500 Maori at Waitangi on the 5th of February 1840, both in English and Maori, which had been translated pretty quickly overnight. The Maori text gave the British Crown governorship over the whole country, but stated that the Maori would keep full authority over their lands, villages, and their treasures. Now, we can assume the English text said the same thing. Well, yes, but actually no. The English version stated that the Maori ceded absolutely and without reservation all the rights and powers of sovereignty to the British Crown. Both versions gave the Crown first offer to buy Maori land, but only if the Maori wanted to sell, and it gave the Maori full rights as British subjects. Understanding only the Maori text, about 40 chiefs signed the treaty on the 6th of February. The few chiefs at Waitangi that signed the treaty believed that they were keeping their sovereignty and handing vague governorship or oversight of the whole country to Britain. They thought that this treaty would allow them to regulate further European settlements on their land, give them more control over land sales, give them access to wider trade opportunities, and offer them the protection of the British Empire against other European imperial powers. Some Maori chiefs had also been to Australia and seen how the Aboriginals were being treated there and wished to avoid such a fate. Most Maori never saw the treaty, but the British government decided placed all Maori under British rule and made New Zealand a British colony. Up until then, the Maori had welcomed, traded, and even intermarried with pakeha. Everyone knew pakeha could only remain there because the Maori wanted them there. The Maori who signed the Treaty of Waitangi expected these good relations to continue. The great tide of British settlers poured in after the 1840s wrecked those expectations. After the treaty, Maori grew frustrated with land sales to the Crown. Maori land was collectively owned, but the Crown would make an offer to one person, sometimes someone not even connected to the land, buy the land from them and then claim it was legal. These land disputes with the British soon turned violent. The Northern or Flagstaff War kicked off in 1845. Its opening shots kicked off the wider New Zealand Wars, a general revolt against British theft of Maori lands. The New Zealand Wars blazed across the country until 1872. There were few decisive victories on either side, even though the Maori found themselves outnumbered. During the invasion of Waikato, 20,000 British soldiers fought about 5,000 Maori. And this is where the PA comes back into the picture. The advancements the Maori had made in PA technology during the Muscat Wars saved them during the wars against Britain. The PA could withstand guns, cannons, artillery, and even early British experiments with poison gas. The Maori covered their walls and bunkers with thick flax, which bullets just bounced off and absorbed artillery bombardment. These PA included trenches and communication tunnels, along with anti-artillery bunkers. When the British attacked PA, they would sometimes lose a third of their men, fighting the Maori men and women inside the PA. The Maori had developed early trench warfare. These images look like something from 1918. But they're actually from New Zealand half a century before them. The Maori could build an impressive PA in just a few days. Their strategy was to throw a PA, lure the British into attacking them, then they would withstand a few weeks of siege, inflict heavy losses on the British, and then sneak out and go build another one somewhere else, much to British frustration. But the Maori were fighting a global empire. They were outnumbered and outsupplied. The British soon discovered that rather than fighting the PA, it was more effective to simply go and burn down undefended civilian Maori villages and then build settler homes on top. The Maori economy could not handle total warfare. They didn't have a professional army, and as the war went on, their food supplies continued to be cut off. Attrition eventually wore the Maori down. During and even more so after the wars, European settlement exploded. The British began confiscating land rather than claiming to have bought it legally. The Maori clearly no longer had authority over their lands, villages, and all their treasures, nor were they treated like British subjects. By 1890, almost the entire South Island and 2/3 of the North Island had been taken from the Maori. The confiscations and the wars took resources from the Maori, which had previously allowed them to feed themselves and trade with Coletha. The starving and landless Maori were now much more susceptible to Coletha, influenza, and measles. The Maori population plummeted to about 40,000 in 1896, while the non-Maori population soared to over 700,000. Through the early 20th century, the quality of Maori life collapsed. They were turned away from hospitals, schools, and banks, invisible except for when the government wanted land or manpower, such as during the First and Second World Wars, during which they became some of New Zealand's most decorated battalions. After the 1940s, landless Maori poured into urban areas looking for work. Landlords were reluctant to rent them. Maori were kept out of most professional positions. They received lower standards of education, lived in lower quality housing, received worse healthcare, and had lower paying jobs, which created a poverty trap. Maori now living in cities lost touch with their iwi, stopped using the Maori language, and were alienated from the Maori culture. By the 1870s, the Maori language was near extinction, but the Maori refused to let their culture die. They began to form protest groups, pushing for more rights, better cultural support, and forming a pan-tribal Maori identity. Their efforts led to the Race Relations Act of 1971, which prohibited discrimination on the grounds of race. Further Maori protests through the 1970s drew attention to the treaty of Waitangi. The Maori wanted the treaty recognized by the government. The Maori didn't oppose non-Maori presence. They were willing to fairly deal with settlers using the settlers' legal system. They simply asked that they follow their own laws, as stated in the treaty. Protests such as those by Wyman Cooper, who at 80 years old marched from the very top to the very south of New Zealand to protest Maori land and cultural losses, forced the government to pass the Treaty of Waitangi Act of 1975. This created the Waitangi Tribunal to investigate breaches of the treaty by the New Zealand government and to begin to fix them. By the late 1970s, Maori renaissance was blooming. Haka and poi competitions between Maori groups were held across the country. Waka were being carved and pushed out to sea again. Through Maori rugby clubs, the haka and the tradition of wearing all black entered New Zealand with rugby culture. The Maori language was brought back from the edge of extinction through language schools. Today, the Maori have more political representation, and Maori artists are gaining international fame. But there is still a long way to go. Arrest rates are still disproportionately higher for Maori than for similar offences like Pakeha. Compared to Pakeha, Maori are 9 times more likely to have firearms drawn on them by police. Today, Maori make up about 16.5% of New Zealand's population. Their attachment to their culture has revitalised it against all odds. Now, modern New Zealanders seem to have embraced the idea of a nation of two peoples. One were both the Maori and the Pakeha, except that they are not the same cultures they were in the past, but are instead something new, growing together and adapting to each other. Speaking of building something new and growing together, Cogito and a bunch of our creator friends have built their own platform where we don't have to worry about the odd quirks of working on YouTube, like demonetization or the algorithm. This platform is called Nebula, and we're excited to be partnering with CuriosityStream. Nebula is a place where you can go and watch some of the best educational creators ad-free and earlier than YouTube. This video was up on Nebula days ago. Creators can also experiment there with all kinds of new and exclusive stuff. For example, all of my unlisted videos, such as live streams, video commentaries, and my Byzantine Empire series, which are no longer on YouTube, are all up over on Nebula. But other than that, Nebula opens up a whole new world of possibilities for creators to create and collaborate in ways we couldn't before. By supporting Nebula, you'll be providing a budget for creators to put together high-quality Nebula originals that would never make it on YouTube. Take, for example, Tom Scott's new game show, Money, where he turns some of your favorite creators against each other for fun and profit. Or would you like a high-quality World War II docu-series? Well, Real Engineering Logistics of D-Day series would suit you. Or do you want to see a Zoomer learn about 90s and early 2000s culture and laugh the entire time? Well, there's a Nebula original for that. Or a series breaking down how Rome was built. Well, there's a Nebula original for that. Or maybe you want to see some of your favorite creators test drive some incredible looking cars. Well, you guessed it. There's a Nebula original for that too. There are many, many more originals. And all of them are funded by and created for people like you. People that like original, independent, and smart content. And now Nebula also hosts original podcasts. But what does CuriosityStream have to do with all of this? Well, as the internet's best place to find high-quality documentaries, they love education and educational creators. And in order to support us, we've created a deal where if you follow the link in the description, you'll get access not only to CuriosityStream, but to Nebula too, for free. And it's not a trial or anything like that. As long as you're a CuriosityStream member, you'll get access to Nebula. And right now, for a limited time, CuriosityStream is offering Cogito viewers 26% off their annual subscription. That's less than $15 a year for both CuriosityStream and Nebula. So you can watch hundreds of hours of Nebula originals by Tom Scott, Real Engineering, Cielis, along with geniuses like David Attenborough and Stephen Hawking over on CuriosityStream. Lately, I've been watching Out of the Cradle, and I just love the recreations they've done. They look great. So click the link in the description below to get 26% off an annual CuriosityStream subscription, along with free access to Nebula. Or you can just go to curiositystream.com/Cogito. Doing that not only helps this channel, but also the wider education. It'll probably increase your mana as well. All for less than $15. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you thought in the comments down below. What people would you like us to cover next? You can find all the sources used in the description. If you're interested in supporting the channel, there are links to my Patreon and t-shirt store also in the description. My patrons, the people that make this channel possible, also get access to exclusive video commentaries that go up right after the video, where we do a much deeper dive into this topic. Thank you so much for watching, and Haere Ra. This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream. Get access to Nebula, a video streaming service made by your favorite educational creators when you sign up for CuriosityStream using the link in the description. This is South India, home to the biodiversity hotspots, the Western and Eastern Ghats, the Bengal tiger, the Nilgiri, the Indian elephant, and whatever this creature is. Here is also the cradle of Tamil culture. Today there are about 80 million Tamils in the world. That's more than there are French, Colombians, and Kenyans. Most Tamils live in North and East Sri Lanka or in the southern Indian state of Tamil Nadu, literally Tamil country. Tamil Nadu is now a state in modern India, but for thousands of years, Tamilakam, or the homeland of the Tamils, was much larger and ruled by independent kingdoms. Tamil culture is the last to survive in a classical civilization because they managed to keep their beliefs, culture, and language intact for over 2,000 years. But who are the Tamils? What is their story? And what does it have to do with $700 billion golden coconuts? Well, let's find out. The Tamils may be more than people and love their language. Tamil writing has been dated as far back as the 6th century BCE. The archaeological site Coletha in India, and 2nd century BCE at Kari, Sri Lanka, making it one of the oldest datable languages still in use. Tamils often call their language Tamarta, which means the Tamil mother. It's more important to the Tamil identity than land, race, or religion. If you want to have the most intense conversation of your entire life, just go ask a Tamil person anything about the Tamil language. Tamils also take pride in the independent origin of their language. See, you could roughly divide India linguistically in half. North Indians generally speak languages descended from Sanskrit, an Indo-European language. This language family stretches from North India all the way over to Iceland. South Indian languages like Tamil belong to a completely unrelated language family called Dravidian. Unlike Sanskrit, which, like Latin, is no longer spoken, modern Tamil survives as a living language for millions of speakers. Dravidians do not like it when North India tries to push its culture or language on the South. The earliest clear evidence of Tamil people are urn burials dating from around 1000 BCE at Ditch and Ador. Amazingly, they found evidence there of the worship of a god with a trident and a peacock, very like the Hindu Tamils' favourite god today, Murugan. But the Tamils really leap into world history when the Maurya Emperor Ashoka mentions the unconquerable southern Tamil kingdoms in his rock inscriptions made between 273 and 232 BCE, which is impressive when you consider the fact that the Maurya Empire essentially conquered everything else. This is right around the beginning of a Tamil golden age known as the Sangam period, lasting from the 3rd century BCE to the 3rd century CE. At this time, Tamilakam was ruled by 3 Tamil dynasties, the Solas, the Seras, and the Panjas. Unfortunately, there were no actual Pandas in the Panja kingdom. The Tamil kings were immeasurably rich and used their wealth to sponsor century-long poetry slams, called the Sangams at the Panja capital, Madea, where male and female poets would show off their works. These poets created thousands of poems, books, and epic stories called Sangam literature. Sangam literature is unique in how it doesn't seem to belong to any single class or religion. It was written by and concerns Hindus, Jains, men, women, farmers, kings, pandas, non-pandas, and everyone in between. One great Sangam poet, Kumkunkrenar, emphasized the equality of all humans, saying, "I am a citizen of the world, and everyone in the world is related to me." This was quoted by one of India's most beloved presidents, the Tamil Muslim aerospace scientist Abdul Kalam, at the European Parliament in 2007. The Sangam literature tells us about a rich, cosmopolitan, and multi-ethnic Tamil-speaking society 2,000 years ago, where Hinduism, Jainism, and Buddhism all coexisted peacefully, where kings would even invite priests to public debates on their beliefs. The Sangam poems describe Madea as so rich that it had a moat with secret underground passages large enough for elephants, Greek mercenaries guarding its gates, and the scent of perfume could be smelled miles away from the city, where there were folks of every race buying and selling in the bazaars or singing to the music of wandering bands. So how were the Tamils so rich? They were spicy. The ancient world was a bland, flavourless, unseasoned mess. It tasted a lot like English food. This was until the Tamils taught everyone the way of the spice. A 1st century CE Greek manual for sailors, the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, says that the Tamils export pepper and other spices, along with diamonds, woven textiles, pearls, ivory, malabatrum, and other luxury items. What's Malabatrum? Who cares? It sounds luxurious. Another major export was cotton and silk clothing woven by women. Indian women would dominate this global trade for the next 2,000 years. Tamils traded so much that Pliny the Elder said India takes 100 million sesterces from our empire per year at a conservative estimate. That's about 10 tons of gold. China had the Silk Road, the Tamils had the Flavor Highway? No, the Spice Boulevard. Whatever. They made themselves the center of a global trade network that linked Europe, the Middle East, Africa, India, Southeast Asia, and China. We've discovered massive hordes of Chinese, Iranian, and Roman coins along the ancient Tamil coast. Tamil inscriptions have been found as far apart as Egypt and Thailand. A statue of the Hindu goddess Lakshmi got buried at Pompeii, and Tamil ambassadors met with Augustus Caesar in 20 CE. This trade made Tamil cooking the first international cuisine in the world. The word orange comes from the Tamil nada, ginger comes from Tamil inchi, and rice in loads of European languages comes from the Tamil arisi. Without the Tamils, Ireland's greatest contribution to world cuisine, the spice factory, would not exist. And honestly, I don't want to live in that kind of world. One normal cook had over 300 recipes using Indian spices, from ostrich curry to tasty peppered brain sausage, or everyone's favorite, another laxative. Link to the cookbook is in the description, in case you would like. Tamils got so rich off the trade routes that just one temple, the Padmanabhaswamy temple, whose vaults were recently opened, has a treasure worth over $700 billion. This was accumulated over thousands of years from the donations from Tamil dynasties like the Seras, the Panjas, the Pallavas, and the Solas. Some of the things in the temple include this golden Mahavishnu statue, pens, gold coins, a solid gold throne, golden elephants, a 5-meter-long diamond necklace, and my personal favorite, a 30-kilogram solid gold coconut. At what point does that stop being a coconut and start being a golden ball? There are still unopened vaults in this temple, so we're still unsure of how much it's worth. Tamil merchants, monks, and craftspeople worked across Southeast Asia and lived in small communities there. Tamil merchants didn't just trade pepper with Southeast Asia, they traded the spiciest thing of all: ideas. From the 4th century CE on, kingdoms from Thailand to Vietnam to Indonesia were ruled by Hindu kings and wrote using Tamil writing. Modern Khmer, Japanese, and Thai scripts all descend from the Tamil Pallava script. The greatest monument to this cultural exchange is the originally Hindu temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, the largest religious structure on earth. By the end of the 13th century, we even find the Tamil Hindu temple dedicated to Shiva all the way over in the Chinese port of Qingdao, where a small Tamil community lived. The wealth and fame of the Tamil lands invited more than just merchants. A small Jewish community could be found in Kochi in the 6th century BCE. More even came as refugees after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE. And according to local tradition, the Jews were followed by St. Thomas, the apostle of Jesus, who landed in India in 52 CE and started converting people to Christianity. From Thomas, India's current Syrian Christian community claims descent. In 629 CE, a mosque was built by Muslim merchants in Bosier, and you can still go visit it today, or part of it at least. The Portuguese blew it up in 1504, but it's still cool. You can still see some of it. Okay, so we're going to do a little time jump here. Let's see. Invaded by Buddhist warrior tribes, Jainism and Buddhism take over for a bit, rise of the Pallava dynasty, Hindu revival. Here it is. After the Sangha period, the next great Tamil golden age happened under the Sola dynasty between the 9th and 13th centuries. Their greatest king, Raja Sola, rose to the throne in 985 CE. He and his son quickly turned his modest kingdom into an empire that conquered most of South India, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. The Sola used their massive navy, the largest in Asia at the time, to control the trade routes between Southeast Asia and China. When the Srivijaya Empire threatened to block Sola access to the Straits of Malacca, the Solas launched massive naval attacks across Indonesia and Malaysia, and even kidnapped the Srivijaya king. And no one ever messed with their trade routes ever again. Along with an army containing 60,000 war elephants, the Sola king's personal guard included the Padimubir, or women bodyguards trained in Tamil martial arts and weapons. There are also mentions of women working as advisors and ambassadors, and using their own money to make large donations to temples. Raja Sola poured this enormous wealth into building massive temples in a style called Dravidian architecture. The most well known of these being the Rajaraja Jeswara Temple in Tanjore. This 66-meter tall, soaring monument to Rajaraja was one of the tallest buildings in the world at the time. Other than Rajaraja Temple, other Sola/Dravidian architecture is also breathtaking, like the Iyaratiswara Temple, the Kantasola Temple, and the Champakarasuvarara Temple. Sola temples also acted as banks. These temples received massive donations from the royal, and then they offered loans from those donations to farmers, villages, and merchants. Solar temples became this weird vehicle for redistributing wealth and reinvesting it in arts and local communities, making everyone richer. It's no wonder why when Marco Polo came here in 1273, he called the Solar lands the richest province on earth. Solar power declined in the 12th and 13th century. Buddhism and Islam replaced Hinduism in Southeast Asia, and Tamil lands in Kerala drifted away and developed their own language and culture, which resulted in the modern Malayalam language. Okay, so we're going to need to do another time journey. We have Muslim invasions in the north, rise of the Vijayanagara, who built the world's second largest city, arrival of the Portuguese, destruction of the Vijayanagara by Muslim armies, Tamil lands fracture into small states, and here it is. No, it can't be. Not you again. Bloody hell, 'tis a smashing civilization you've got there. 'Twould be a shame if someone were to elongate it. Tamilakam was split into small, competing states in the 17th century, which made it easier for the newly arriving European powers to invade. By the end of the 18th century, most of South India was under British rule. The Tamils resisted the British invasion. One example is that of the Queen of Shivaganga, Velu Nachia. To protect her kingdom from invasion, she built an army to resist the British imperialists. This army included a regiment of women soldiers. One of them, Lily, volunteers to destroy the vital British ammunition depot that was located inside the temple. Lily and her fellow warriors easily entered the temple as worshippers because the British thought women were harmless. Unable to sneak weapons in, they poured oil over Lily, who then set herself on fire and leapt into the ammunition depot, blowing it up and securing victory for her queen in the following battles, becoming the first woman martyr in India's long battle for freedom. Despite acts like this, by 1858, the British Crown had seized control of all of India. Famine quickly swept South India between 1876 and 1878, killing millions. With the area devastated by famine, the British would dismantle the over 2,000-year-old Tamil textile industry. As British textile manufacturers couldn't compete with Tamil textiles, so they destroyed all the Indian loom. Then they pushed Tamils out of work as craftspeople and onto tea, sugar, coffee, opium plantations in India, or sent them off across the empire as indentured servants. John Sullivan, a colonial official in southern India, said, under their own dynasties, all the revenue that was collected in the country was spent in the country. Our system acts very much like a sponge, drawing up all the good things from the banks of the Ganges and squeezing them out on the banks of the Thames. India would eventually win its independence from Britain in 1947. In the first 2 decades of Indian independence, language became a battlefield in India. In 1950, Hindi, the most spoken language in India, was selected as the sole official language of the country, with 1965 picked as the year the changeover from English would happen. Speakers of the Dravidian languages in the south didn't like Hindi because it was Sanskrit-based, which they considered more alien than English. As 1965 approached, thousands of Tamil student protesters shouted, "Hindi never, English ever," in the streets of Seni. 4 students set themselves on fire as a symbol of non-violent protest. Dravidian political parties made it clear that if Hindi became the official language of India, then Tamil Nadu would secede from India. The protesters won. The Official Languages Act Amendment of 1967 ensured the continued use of English alongside Hindi as the official language of India up until today. Even now in India, Tamil Nadu is famous for its independent streak, love of its culture and language, and for acting as the champion of Dravidian politics against the North. Tamils don't only live in Tamil Nadu. A few kilometers away from there, the island nation known today as Sri Lanka, where Tamils make up 15% of the population. Sri Lanka is home to several ethnic groups. The mostly Buddhist Sinhalese are the majority, and the mostly Hindu Tamils are the second largest group. Both groups have been on the island for over 2,000 years. This island was known as Ceylon when it suffered 3 centuries of colonialism under Portugal, the Netherlands, and then their British Empire in 1796. When the British arrived, they were like, how can I make everything worse? Oh, let's introduce inter-ethnic conflict. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, to spur hatred, the British chose Tamils for higher positions than the Sinhalese in the government. Then, in the Sri Lankan highlands, Sinhalese lands were seized by the British, and enslaved Tamils from India were to settle there as plantation workers. These are Indian Tamils, distinct from the Sri Lankan Tamils who have lived in Sri Lanka for much, much longer. Sri Lankan Tamils live in the north and east, Indian Tamils live in the central highlands, and Sinhalese live essentially everywhere. When the British got kicked out of Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, in 1948, the majority Sinhalese took control of the island. Sinhalese nationalism exploded, and soon anti-Tamil massacres swept the island in 1956, 1958, and 1977, which led to the formation of a guerrilla fighting group known as the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, better known as the Tamil Tigers. On the 31st of May 1981, the Sri Lankan police burned the Jaffna Public Library to the ground, home to 97,000 books, containing irreplaceable artifacts of Tamil history. Seeing the fire, one Tamil refugee said, "It was as if my entire biography, my history, and the history of the Tamils had been destroyed, wiped from the face of the earth as if we did not exist." On July 23rd, 1983, the Tamil Tigers ambushed and killed 15 Sri Lankan soldiers, causing another anti-Tamil massacre to sweep the country in an event known as Black July. The Sri Lankan Civil War has begun. The Tamil Tigers were fighting for an independent Tamil nation in the Tamil parts of the island. As the war dragged on over decades, the Tamils became infamous for inventing the explosive suicide vest and for carrying out a suicide bombing campaign across Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan army retaliated with brutal attacks against the Tamil Tigers, which mostly resulted in the deaths and displacement of tens of thousands of innocent Tamil civilians. The Sri Lankan state is still undergoing investigations to commit a genocide against the Tamils. This bloody war dragged on for 26 years, until the 18th of May 2009, when the leader of the Tamil Tigers, V. Coletha, was killed and the Tigers surrendered. The war took the lives of over 100,000 people, with 40,000 Tamil civilians being killed in the final few months of the war. These are rough estimates because a proper investigation hasn't been done. The war caused a mass exodus of Sri Lankan Tamil refugees to India, Australia, Europe, and North America. Today, around 8 million Tamils live outside of India and Sri Lanka. From the 19th century onwards, they went as indentured labourers across the British Empire, especially to Malaysia, Singapore, South Africa, Fiji, Mauritius, and the Caribbean, where many have kept their Tamil identity. Tamil is actually an official language in Singapore and Malaysia. Well, I think now it's time to take a look at Tamil culture. Religion. Today, about 88% of the Tamil population in Tamil Nadu are Hindu, 6% are Christians, 5.8% are Muslims, and Jains, Buddhists, and Sikhs make up the rest. The most important Tamil festival is Thai Pongal, a harvest festival dedicated to the Hindu sun god Surya that usually occurs on the 14th of January. This festival is celebrated by all Tamils regardless of religion. Pongal means to boil or overflow, and refers to the traditional dish, new harvest rice boiled in milk with raw sugar. Pongal celebrations include decorating cows, ritual bathing, parades, prayers, dances, creating art, and getting together with friends and family and exchanging gifts. During Pongal in Tamil Nadu, you might also see a Jallikutta. In this over 2,000-year-old sport, an Indian bull is released into a crowd of people, and men attempt to grab the hump on the bull's back with both arms and hang onto it for as long as possible, attempting to bring the bull to a full stop, thus taming the bull. If they do so, they get a prize. If no one tames the bull, the owner of the bull gets a prize. There have been many attempts to ban this sport in recent years, which has caused massive popular backlash. Another interesting Tamil holiday is a May festival, the god Arava. who is worshipped by transgender people called Teruna in Tamil. At this annual festival at Kovakam, you'll see ceremonial marriages between festival goers and the god Aravan, along with beauty pageants and dances hosted with the support of the Tamil Nadu government. In 2008, Tamil Nadu became the first state in India to allow people to legally identify as a third gender. Arts. Tanjapur paintings and solar bronzes are some of the Tamil's greatest contributions to art. But one of the more humble yet distinct features of Tamil art is the kolam, which decorates the front of almost every Tamil home. These are geometrical and floral designs made of rice flour. Each day the kolam is crafted by women and then erased the next morning to make room for a new one. Today in Tamil Nadu, huts to 5-star hotels will all have a kolam. One of the most treasured pieces of Tamil literature is the Tirukkural by Tiruvulluvar, which had its origins in the Sangam period and was finalized a few centuries after. This is a masterpiece in ethics and living well. The Tirukkural is made up of 3 books of wise sayings on virtue, wealth, and love, all delivered in quick 2-line poems. For example, the greatest virtue of all is non-killing. Truthfulness cometh only next. It also just stops midway and talks about how to build good forts, and I'm always down for some fort talk. Charity and kindness are also key aspects, and it emphasizes non-violence. Avoidance of killing the meat of even one animal is more meritorious than 1,000 sacrifices. The Tirukkural is vital to Tamil culture. It pops up in songs, films, and books. Every bus in Tamil Nadu is legally obligated to have a verse from the Tirukkural on it. One of the Tamil's most famous dances is Madea. This dance tells a story through complicated movements or hand gestures, facial expressions, and body posture. It also just looks incredible. Food. Rice is a staple of the mostly vegetarian Tamil diet. Bananas and plantains, jackfruit, coconut, lentils, tamarind, and mango are also commonly used ingredients, along with a huge amount of spices. Traditionally, a Tamil meal is not banana. Some favorite Tamil foods include like the idli, the fried and spicy vadai, the crispy dosa, and the delicious fried banana bonda. And no Tamil dish is complete without a side of sambar, chutney, or in Sri Lanka, coconut sambar. Tamils also love their coffee, which they brew in this unique South Indian device. Cinema. Tamil people are passionate about cinema. Based in the Coletha neighborhood of Chennai, the Tamil film industry, or Hollywood, is the second largest film industry in India. Mani Ratnam's gangster epic, Madea, was included in Time magazine's 100 best movies of all time. I actually watched a movie with one of Tamil cinema's superstars, Rajinikanth, where this happens, and it was an absolutely amazing few hours. Tamil cinema has even bled into Tamil politics. 3 chief ministers of the Tamil Nadu state have risen out of Tamil cinema. Tamil cinema acts as a way for Tamils to preserve their independent and original culture by producing films in the Tamil language based on Tamil ideas and culture. I wish there was something like that for YouTubers, so they could create independent and high-quality educational content for people that just love learning. Oh wait, Cogito and a bunch of our career friends got together and made our own platform called Nebula, and we're excited to be partnering with Curiosity Stream. Nebula is a place where you can watch some of the best educational content ad-free, uncensored, and earlier than YouTube. This video was up on Nebula days ago, and there, creators can also experiment with all kinds of new and exclusive content. This channel has exclusive content up on Nebula, and by supporting Nebula, you'll be providing a budget for creators to put out Nebula originals that would never make it on YouTube. Take, for example, Tom Scott's new game show, Money, where he turns Nebula favorite creators against each other for fun and profit. Or Real Engineers' Nebula original, The Logistics of D-Day. It's an incredible World War II docu-series that dives deep into a topic that YouTube's algorithm would bury. There are many, many more Nebula originals, all funded by and created for people like you, people that enjoy original, independent, and smart content. And now Nebula even has original podcasts. But what does Curiosity Stream have to do with it? Well, Curiosity Stream is the best place to find world-class documentaries online, so we've teamed up and created a deal. If you follow the link in the description and sign up for Curiosity Stream's annual subscription, you'll get access not only to Curiosity Stream's entire catalogue of thousands of documentaries, but you'll also get access to Nebula for free. And that's not a trial or anything like that. As long as you're signed up to Curiosity Stream, you'll get Nebula. And right now, for a limited time, Curiosity Stream is offering Cogito viewers a 41% discount on their annual subscription. That's less than $15 a year for CuriosityStream and Nebula. I just finished watching their new documentary, Treasures of the Earth, which is about indigenous peoples around the world. So if you like this video, you'll love that documentary. Unlike us, they actually have a budget to go and fly around the world and film these people, rather than drawing cute, chunky versions of them like we do. So click the link below to get 41% off the annual CuriosityStream subscription along with free access to Nebula. Or you can just go to curiositystream.com/Coletha. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you thought in the comments below. What people would you like us to do? Interested in supporting the channel? Buffalo Wild Wings. Running short on time and want to push you order down? Go to BuffaloWildWings.com. You can get great deals on buffalo, wings, and more. Thank you so much for watching. This video was sponsored by CuriosityStream. Get access to our video streaming service, Nebula, when you sign up for CuriosityStream using the link in the description. In a frozen, far north Europe, beneath the northern lights, lies a land of snow.
Hi, I just placed an order online for delivery.
Where ancient languages and songs echo.
And I wanted to give you the apartment number and the building number because I'm looking at it and it just gives the address, but not that extra information.
So you would have to contact your DoorDash or Uber Eats or Grubhub driver.
Okay, so I ordered it just online. I didn't go through DoorDash or any of those other apps. So should I?
If you ordered it online through us, then you would just have to come into the store and pick it up. Because we don't do any deliveries. We have the third parties do that.
Oh, okay. All right.
What was the name on your order, hon?
It was Coletha Albert, and it's for a burger and large tots.
It says it's for a DoorDash order.
Oh, it is. Okay, so the driver will probably call me because there's no apartment number on there.
Yeah, most likely the DoorDashers will call you. That's as far as I know, they would call you and just to ask you where would you exactly be located.
Right.
But on our hand, we couldn't really possibly do anything. I could see if like I see the DoorDash driver in here and I could probably let them know.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't normally do upfront, so
Okay.
I would definitely let somebody know that.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know. It was totally my mistake. Thank you.
You're fine, hon.
Okay. Bye. It's something about demon systems or something to do with gaming. This bra too tight.
Weird, right?
I'll never hurt you.
Heard that before, you know.
Hey, what is this?
I missed you. Broke my heart when you left.
Don't touch me.
We must finish what we started.
No.
Evelyn, you won't get away with this. What, preacher? What are you gonna do?
Mr. Baker. Welcome back.
Is she?
This guy is serious.
A real psychopath. I looked into it. Pay close attention. My name is Aaron Bentley. The preacher. You ask around about me. And when you find out who I am, you let her go unharmed. It's your only chance to survive what's coming. I need an address and weapons.
You remember the rules, the price.
I'll pay it.
Winning the battle. Part of that, it's helpful to know the tactics of the enemy. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. I'm Father Mark Mary with the Franciscan Friars of the Renewal, and this is Ascension Presents. We're going to talk about some of the ordinary, extraordinary works of the demonic devil. And we'll begin with a little disclaimer. Because we're going to talk a little bit about possession and stuff like that. If you're very sensitive to this stuff, for example, it just generally freaks you out, scary movies, etc., keep you up at night, and you have a tendency to sort of over seeing the demonic and things, perhaps, feel free to not, if you know yourself, and this just may not be a good idea, feel free to just not watch the video. There's nothing you'll be missing which is going to prevent you from salvation. So you can go on. So these are the resources I'm going to pull from personal experience. But secondly, it's going to be, we had a class in seminary with a psychologist who's one of the experts who helps to evaluate those who think they might be possessed to see if it's possession or if it's some sort of other sort of mental illness, something like that, more natural means. And then I live with one of the friar priests we live with in the friary is an exorcist for diocese, and most of his work he does is deliverance type ministry, which is sort of intimately related, though it's somewhat different than what he does as the exorcist. Here's sort of the typical classifications of the way in which the devil's going to work, or the demon's going to work. Tentatio, infestatio, oppressio, obsessio. Temptation, infestation, oppression, and then possession, right? And perhaps maybe there's some other groups where maybe there's some other people who've used slightly different categories, but this is just the ones we're going to use, and I think they're tentatio, right? Temptation. Familiar with that? We'll come back to that at the end. Infestation is the sort of demonic activity in a place. Oppression is a little bit outward in, and then possession is where it's a little bit more sort of further along, a little bit more intense, internal, getting into sort of the will and the intellect, things like that. So what do we? Why bring it up? What's the point? First of all, we want to root it. We're gonna do something. We're gonna just sort of acknowledge its existence. We're gonna root it and sort of contextualize it. Talk about how to respond to it and how it affirms Catholicism in particular. And then lastly, we're going to talk about sort of the most aggressive demonic activity that we need to be aware. So first of all, it's like root it. Let's just root it in the fullness of the truth of who we are as sons and daughters of God, living temples of the triune God. And I'm going to share the story. I wasn't living at the friary yet. I was there on a time of retreat where the priest meets with people, prays with people, and I'm a couple floors up, and I'm just sort of praying, do my thing, and I hear this scream. And I know what happens there. So like it took me a second. I was like, what's going on? Then I realized what was happening. He had a man and a woman meeting with them, and he was the young woman.
My name is Father Mike Schmitz, and this is Ascension Presents. So I have a friend, he's a priest in Detroit, and his name is Father John Ricardo. And Father John runs this.
overthinking this freaking guy again. Let me fix that for you. And if you're still with me, don't worry. I'm not here to tell you about the magical benefits of mud. You've seen the ads. You know it's good. In fact, this painting has absolutely nothing to do with this company. I don't even know what it means, to be honest. But that's kind of the point. You see, I used to think the goal was to do more stuff, and I thought more caffeine would allow me to do more and do it faster. But really, I just wanted to be creative. Coffee sucks for creativity. So instead of continuing to drink it anyway, I started drinking something else. And I started sharing this something else with other people, and eventually it became a company. And even though I'm the CEO, I'm just as much a customer as you or anyone else. If you want to try our rise or rest blends, cool. If you just want to rethink your relationship to caffeine or sleep, that's really what we're about. We're here to support your morning and evening ritual. Painting weird on a canvas just happens to be mine.
In fact, it's the only non-stick pan that's so durable, you can use a motor-driven appliance on it. Watch this. And if your pans don't work that way at home, it's not your fault. You gotta have great tools if you want to make great food.
When in battle, part of that it's helpful to know the tactics of the enemy. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. I'm Father Mark Mary with the Franciscan Friars of the Renewal, and this is Ascension Presents. We're going to talk about some of the ordinary, extraordinary works of the demonic devil. And we'll begin with a little disclaimer. Because we're going to talk a little bit about possession and stuff like that. If you're very sensitive to this stuff, for example, it just generally freaks you out, scary movies, etc., keep you up at night, and you have a tendency to sort of overseeing the demonic and things, perhaps, feel free to not, if you know yourself, and this just may not be a good idea, feel free to just not watch the video. There's nothing you will be missing which is going to prevent you from salvation. So you can go on. So these are the resources I'm going to pull from. Personal experience, but secondly, it's going to be, we had a class in seminary with a psychologist who's one of the experts who helps to evaluate those who think they might be possessed to see if it's possession or if it's some sort of other sort of mental illness, something like that, more natural means. And then I live with one of the friar priests we live with in the friary is an exorcist for diocese, and most of his work he does is deliverance type ministry, which is sort of intimately related, though it's somewhat different than what he does as the exorcist. Here's sort of the typical classifications of the way in which the devil's going to work, or the demon's going to work. Tentatio, infestatio, oppressio, obsessio. Temptation, infestation, oppression, and then possession, right? And perhaps maybe there's some other groups where maybe there's some other people who've used slightly different categories, but this is just the ones we're going to use, and I think they're sufficient. Tentatio, right? Temptation. We're familiar with that. We'll come back to that at the end. Infestation is the sort of demonic activity in a place. Oppression is a little bit outward in, and then possession is where it's a little bit more sort of further along, a little bit more intense, internal, getting into sort of the will and the intellect, things like that. So what do we? Why bring it up? What's the point? First of all, we want to root it. We're gonna do something. We're gonna just sort of acknowledge its existence. We're gonna root it and sort of contextualize it. Talk about how to respond to it and how it affirms Catholicism in particular. And then lastly, we're going to talk about sort of the most aggressive demonic activity that we need to be aware of. So first of all, it's like let's just root it in the fullness of the truth of who we are as sons and daughters of God, living temples of the triune God. And I'm going to share the stories. I wasn't living at the friary yet. I was there on a time of retreat where the priest meets with people, prays with people. And I'm a couple floors up, and I'm just sort of praying to my thing, and I hear this screaming. And I know what happens there. So like it took me a second. I was like, what's going on? Then I realized what was happening. He had a man and a woman meeting with them, and the young woman was showing signs of the demonic. So he's praying with her, and we hear the whole shebang of cussing, of vulgarity, of blasphemy, of voice changes. Is there a chance it was something psychological? Sure, I'm not saying 100% this was the demonic, but all the evidence for me, for the sake of what we're doing here, seems like that was what's going on. So I was praying with her for a while. Again, sort of this whole thing's going on, and it's pretty dramatic. So what do? I get up. I'm a priest already, praying, saying the rosary, throwing some blessings, praying, saying whatnot, just entering in, accompanying in prayer from outside. That session ends up. The man and the woman, they go home, and I sort of get into bed, get ready to go to sleep, and the priest comes up and he knocks on the door. He's like, "Hey, sorry about that. That doesn't usually happen. I didn't know it was gonna be that loud. Blah blah blah, this and that." I'm like, no worries. I just just prayed for a little bit, and all right, good night, see ya. And we went to bed. And here's the thing, right? Like, we're not like hardcore. We're not any more hardcore than you are. Right? We just know who we are. Right? The demonic can't touch us unless we invite it in, or unless God allows it. And like, God's got us. I mean, like compared to the demonic, like chill out. Like, we got God. And so we're good. And we see stories with this with Padre Pio, St. John Vianney, St. Therese. Like, you just know who you are and know who God is, and just live in that reality, remain in a state of grace, and chill. Like, we can do battle, but we do battle with this sort of confidence. Like we got Dad. You know what I mean? And Dad's big, and actually Dad's divine. So we're good. So I just want to contextualize it like that, because if you come across it, don't freak out. Certainly we don't want to over try and diagnose it, oversee it. But if you're in grace, you're a living temple of God. Like, chill. Like, we're good. We're good. And again, I don't want to be flippant, but serious. Like, we're good. And so okay, it's important for us to acknowledge this reality, right? So I shared a little bit firsthand account I've had in other times of manifestation around me. But like, let's look back at the whole tradition. Let's go back to scripture and be honest. Like, throughout the history of Christianity in particular, there has been very explicit, sometimes sensational work of Christians against the demonic. This isn't something new. Again, it's scriptural. Jesus is doing it all the time. We see it through the lives of the saints, as I named some, Therese, Padre Pio, St. John Vianney. It's a real thing, and why that's okay and why that's good is it's important just to remember, to be honest, like, if we allow it to be, it can be good for our faith. It's good to remember that the angelic beings are real, demonic beings are real, the spiritual battle is real, the spiritual life is real, invisible realities like we confess with the Creed each Sunday, they're real. They're just real, and there's lots of evidence for it. And then lastly is the way in which it confirms Catholicism. I'm talking with our priest exorcist, who sometimes invites brothers in just to pray, and also to sort of let them experience it firsthand. Is one of the things is like, you see how the demons respond to the name of Jesus. You see how they respond to the name of Mary. You see how they respond to the crucifix, to icons of Our Lady, to miraculous medals, to holy water. Even when, right, maybe they're not explicitly known to the person with who has the demon activity within them, like, it just confirms everything about Catholicism. Like, if you're in an exorcism and you see the way in which the demon starts to react to the name of, like, Our Lady, a lot of these, like, well, isn't she an enemy to God? And like, a lot of them get shut down pretty quick because they do not like Our Lady at all. And so it's good for us to remember. Or if you just see the way in which the authority of a priest manifests itself in those, like, the work of Christians, particularly through priests, in deliverance ministry, in exorcism ministry, like, it just confirms
Unknown caller.
the fullness of the
Hello.
church. Like, yeah, this is all real. And lastly, I just want to come with this. Right?
This is Coletha.
Is we talk about it. It's good to
Hi, this is Lindell, and I'm here with your DoorDash. Is it just in the office?
No, I'm in building 11, and it's apartment 1123.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
grace, right, committing moral sin, because of an infestation, or because of an oppression, or because of possession. perhaps the lack of grace was already there and that opened the door. But I've never seen anybody suffer the ultimate trauma and ultimate violence because of one of those things. But I have seen it in hundreds, if not thousands, I'd say thousands of people because of temptation. And so one of the reasons the devil doesn't like or doesn't refer to all of these other sort of more sensational, extraordinary attacks on us and attacks on the kingdom of God are because his best work is done in the dark, in the secret. And there's these little subtle ways in which he invites us to lust. He invites us to gluttony. He invites us to cutting down another. And these little subtle works of his, they get us to just freely, straight up, basically kill our own souls. You know, and so that's how he wins, is winning most of his battles. So my brothers and sisters, it's like, okay, yeah, the demonic's real. And it confirms the spiritual life. It confirms the authority and the truth taught by the church. The way in which he's coming at you and I the most is going to be through temptation. And brothers and sisters, let's say no to the devil. He's a liar. He's an accuser. He hates us. And all he's trying to do.
That was good.
He's trying to do it in a little subtle ways. So let's be renewed and asking God's grace to deliver us.
No kidding. No kidding.
Let's be renewed
Thank
and
you.
saying no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's be renewed on calling on Our Lady and her grace to help us in battle. St. Michael the Archangel, right? Like, let's just say no to gossip. Let's say no to lust. Let's say no to pornography. Let's say no to getting wasted. Let's say no to cutting down a brother and sister. Let's say no to all of this, and let's say no to temptation. Yes to the good Lord Jesus. Let's grow in grace. Let's build up the kingdom. Let's send the devil and all the little demons going back to hell, and let's build up the kingdom. Let's make that. All right? Let's play well.
You ready?
Play well. Let's do
Ready
well.
for it?
Do battle well. Let's fix by falling down. Living from our identity as heirs of the kingdom. And let's live in peace. Let's live in peace. Thank you for watching. Somos peregrinos. We're pilgrims on this earth. Poco a poco, little by little. Vamos a llegar. We're going to make it. God bless.
You're doing stuff a little different, huh? Okay, ma'am.
Quiet.
It's time for church.
There are no churches.
You're lying. Knock it out. I made breakfast.
You ready?
I'll drop you off the door.
Okay. I'll stay. You don't have a place for me to stay, but it's okay now. I found my father.
I am in no position to be a father.
She has no other
Into the world, to the wild, no place for child. Use my voice to hide.
You want one pack? No, you shouldn't smoke or drink. It'll kill you. All your alcohol and cigarettes. I threw them out.
What the?
That language. I've identified as girls.
You gotta treat school like prison. Go up to the biggest, baddest girl. Punch her in the face.
So,
You won't let go?
I won't let go, I promise. You know, I bet exactly where you are right now. Where's that? Lost. Say my love, Tony. Does you always do the thing in the right house, like lightning in the sky?
Why are you so scared to go to church?
There's no good one.
Maybe God's not working. You just don't see it.
So full of love.
What's up? She's a very sick little girl. She did sustain several injuries, not the least of which is the one to her head. Now, if this should continue, she's going to slip into a coma. If you could do anything in the world right now, what would it be?
I'm going to daddy-daughter dance with you.
I wish we could.
Mr. Colston. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to visit. Mr. Colston. We Colstons. We go big. We go home.
You fought for us.
It's just not happening for us.
Good for you.
You're perfect for me.
I love you, Tommy Colston.
Your house stinks. Oh, but what have you been doing to cover scents? Isn't working. There's a better way to fight
put
household
some,
stink. Meet Azuna, the clean,
jalapenos.
effective plant-based odor eliminator. We ditch the harmful ingredients that only mask odor, and we harness the raw power of Australian tea tree oil. It safely absorbs mold, mildew, fungus, and bacteria in your air, which means fewer allergies, healthier immune system, and less stank. Azuna cleans and neutralizes your air for up to 90 days.
That was
So
good,
you
Moon.
replace and breathe easy. After 2 to 3 months, your cute little Azuna blob will look like this. Yeah, you were breathing all that in before. Our whole home kit eliminates all your household smells. Azuna works here, 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 and even here.
Mom, I told you to not.
Yeah, and I told you to do your laundry too, me! Azuna works anywhere that there's air.
So I wonder, what is the difference between a demon and an elemental? Right? They're two different things. They are. What are the rules for that? Good.
I'm Father Mark Mary with the Franciscan Friars of the Renewal, and this is Ascension Presents. We got to remember we're in the middle of a spiritual war, and we're going to look at one dynamic of this, that when God has given us a gift and we're growing in an area, the devil's always going to try and weasel his way in and corrupt what God is doing. And we want to take a look at this dynamic and how to respond to it and protect ourselves from this temptation. And we're going to do it through this a 4-part format. We're going to name it, frame it, explain it, and then look at how we can respond to it with help from especially Our Lady and St. Francis. The devil is prowling like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour.
This is old information. What I want to know is the difference between a demon and an elemental. Show me that. No. It says an atom and an element. I said what I said. Okay.
To take this gift,
Somebody knows what it is.
Have it corrupted through an accusing spirit, and then weaponize it by judging and putting down others in a way which is not in accord with the work of the Spirit. And this happens across the board, both in natural and supernatural ways. Especially, we're going to focus on the supernatural. But if you're in counseling, you're going to be learning new insight that maybe other people in your life didn't have. And you're going to be tempted now to judge them and condemn them in light of this new insight you've received. Or if you're new into a conversion and you have new values and now you're living for supernatural realities and you're no longer concerned about natural realities, there's going to be a temptation
there you go.
to
She's
condemn
so little.
others with your new insight and
Give
to
her
look down
too
upon them
much.
and to beat them over the head with it. If you're in one of these like really fantastic Catholic formation groups, if you're a new religious, it happens all the time. You're going to be tempted to take the gift that you have received and to weaponize it and to put others down. And instead of it being an instrument for the building up of the kingdom, the devil's going to try and corrupt it so that it becomes an instrument of dividing the kingdom. When the devil sees God creating something new and building up something new in us, he's always going to come and try and undercut it. And it's a two-part strategy. It's to get in and corrupt us, but also to try and cut down the effects it can have on those around us. The Holy Spirit is doing this work in us, and now he's going to give us or tempt us to have an accusing spirit, which is one of the names of the devil, the accuser. And he's going to want us to look at this new gift, new insight, new talent, new knowledge, and to use it now. Like, look at this beautiful light I have, this beautiful thing I have, and now to accuse and condemn other people. And if we allow this to fester and grow, ultimately it's going to poison these new seeds of life and of spirit that have been planted within us. But secondly, this, and perhaps this is more dangerous or more important. If you're in college and you're growing in faith, or you're in one of these formation programs, or you're in religious life, something like that, your family and your friends, they're going to be watching you. Like, okay, let's see the effect of this new relationship with Jesus. Or let's see what this new relationship with the church, let's see how this affects them. And if they see their son or their daughter or their friend or their brother come back like mean and accusatory and condemning and self-righteous, they're going to think like, I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think faith has been good for my brother or my sister or my daughter or my uncle. I don't think this thing with the church has been good for them. Like, I used to enjoy spending time with Bobby, and now Bobby's kind of a jerk. I don't really want anything to do with him. And so the devil's going to try and right. So now what the devil is doing is making the church, or making a relationship with Jesus unattractive to others. Where what God wants is for this gift given to you to be used for the upbuilding.
Yeah, that's for you. I'm going to get us to you.
What do? Do we just not grow? Do we just not learn because this new growing or knowledge can be a temptation? Of course not. Of course not. But let's look at what Our Lady did and St. Francis did. First of all, Our Lady, the Immaculate Conception. If there was anyone who had a right to condemn others for their lack of faith, or their lack of virtues, or their lack of knowledge of Jesus, it's Our Lady. But of course, she never sinned, and she never fell into this temptation. So it is possible for a human being, through grace, to grow to the
temptations
heights of
Mary,
and never to succumb to the accusatory or divisive work of the devil. How does she do it? I would propose, first and foremost, by recognizing the gift received as a gift received, and a gift received for
Where's the doggy?
building of the kingdom. Right?
Where's the dog at?
She lived in this place of gratitude and joy. And as she had self-knowledge of her virtues, certainly, and of her knowledge of Jesus, and she had the capacity to see sin in other people, because she was so entrenched in this, steeped in gratitude, and a gratitude which is just overflowing and humbling and filling, she was full. And so she was never tempted, or she never had sort of a crack in her armor in which the devil and his spirit could get in. So first and foremost, whatever it is that you're learning, if you are, for example, if you're on this health kick and you're kicking butt and eat really healthy, give thanks to God for that, and don't let that become a point of condemning other people who aren't there yet. Or if you are growing in knowledge and studying at the university, natural level, supernatural level, Lord, I thank you for this gift to study. And I thank you, Lord, for the gift of insight and desire to learn more about your truth. I think
that's a good attitude.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord.
Grateful.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. If you are growing in interpersonal skills and you know what a healthy conversation looks like, thank you, Lord, for this new insight. Help me use this tool, this good thing you've given me, as a gift to grow the kingdom and to share it with other people. We want these gifts to be given back to God with gratitude and then shared for others in a way which builds up the kingdom. And everyone, we look at Our Lady with her Magnificat and as the mediator, right? She's received everything, she gives back. Thanks to God for everything. But also she shares and she invites other people to share in this gift in a way which is attractive and inviting.
That's a pepper. You can't have that.
And second, we'll take a look at St. Francis. St. Francis received an incredible gift of poverty, an incredible desire to live amongst and serve the poor, and a radical desire for penance, and a radical desire for prayer. He lived it radically and extremely. How did he avoid becoming a big thing in church faith? Gratitude. But also, and also just a reminder that he is a sinner That we are sinners who've been saved through the blood of the Lamb poured out for us. We give thanks, we share, we invite the gift. We want it to be not weaponized, but something for the upbuilding of everyone. But we also keep in mind that we are still sinners in need of a Savior. And we ask Our Lady's prayers, and we ask St. Francis' prayers, and we keep going. Remember, we are pilgrims on this earth. So much better, poco a poco, little by little.
I'm gonna give you some more. I'm gonna give you some more.
Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you again next week. God bless y'all. Walk well.
We now have more ways to fight COVID than ever with oral treatments for individuals at high risk for severe COVID who test positive.
And they can be taken from the comfort of home.
These treatments, if taken within 5 days of the first sign of symptoms, are effective at reducing the risk of hospitalization and severe outcomes.
This is a game changer for New Mexico.
For more information and to access treatment, visit findatreatmentnm.com.
I know I'm not supposed to eat these many jalapenos, but I love them.
We're talking about one of my very favorite topics, discernment, hearing and responding to God's will. Let's get after it. I am Father Mark Mary with Franciscan Friars of Renewal, and this is Ascension Presents, hearing and responding to God's will. It's one of my favorite topics. One of the reasons it's one of my favorite topics, I feel very confident swimming in these waters. You know, to become a priest, to become a friar, there's some like really intense discernment that happens. Like, okay, I'm making these like really big sacrifices and really sort of going against the grain. Like, I want to make sure this is what God's asked me to do. And so I really feel like in my own life, I've worked a lot of this stuff out. And then especially as a priest,
I'm getting on
people, like, I just feel like I have a good grasp on
Have a
it.
good
The
weekend.
foundation of our discernment, first and foremost, is the Word of God.
This is how to
We're gonna take a
discern
look at
pretty
our
much anything.
responsibilities,
And the channel is
desires,
Ascension Presents.
Word of God, duties, responsibilities, needs, desires, capacity. And they're not all straight categories. There's a lot of overlap, but that's sort of a general way of categorizing